I tell you, when you control your anger, you are not destroying it. You are turning the poison inward to destroy your own body-mind structure. Almost 80% of all modern diseases exist simply because you have thrown your negative emotions deeper and deeper into the unconscious. Your polite society forces you to wear a smiling mask, but behind that mask, you eat violently, love aggressively, and slowly commit self-destruction through suppression. Do not reduce your life into a mechanical technology of self-control. Instead, let your inner electricity explode in awareness. Move from the periphery to your eternal center. Break the identification and discover that your anger is just a divine force waiting to become compassion. Hello, my beloved friends. Look at your life. Look at the way you move, the way you breathe, the way you carry yourself through the world. Why is there so much tension? Why is there a subtle, constant undercurrent of anxiety, a heavy burden that you can never seem to put down? You go through your days trying to manage your life, trying to fix your behavior, trying desperately to keep your emotions under tight lock and key. The world has turned you into an expert manager, a technician of your own soul. There is a great disease all over the world today, a contemporary madness that I call how-toism. Everyone has become a how-toer. You are continuously looking for a method, a manual, a strategy for existence. You ask how to grow rich, how to be successful, how to influence people and win friends, how to meditate, and even how to love. I tell you, the day is not far off when some foolish guy is going to stand up and ask how to breathe. It is not a question of how at all. Do not reduce your life into technology. The moment you reduce life into technology, it loses all its flavor of joy. It becomes a mechanical ritual, a dead routine, a prison of your own making. You have been taught from your very childhood that you must control yourself. You must control your desires. You must control your passions. And above all, you must control your anger. Anger is painted as the ultimate sin, an ugly monster that must be hidden away in the dark cellars of your mind. So what do? You control it. You put on a beautiful face, a polished mask of politeness, and you pretend that everything is perfectly fine. But I want you to look closely at what this control is actually doing to you. It is secretly, systematically destroying your body. The society teaches you control, not transformation, and control is nothing but a polite word for violent suppression. When you suppress an emotion, you are doing something incredibly dangerous to your physical structure. Think about what happens when anger arises within you. It is a sudden surge of pure energy, a brilliant flash of inner electricity. It is meant to move outwards. It is meant to be expressed. But when you control it, when you force yourself to smile and act civilized, you change the direction of its movement. It was going out, and through your effort of control, it starts going inward. Just the direction changes. For the anger to go out was healthy, because it is a psychic poison that needs to be thrown out of your system. But when it moves within, your entire body-mind structure becomes deeply poisoned by it. And if you keep doing this for a long time, year after year, live after live, then it is no longer a question that you are sometimes angry and sometimes not. You simply become anger personified. The poison becomes a constant presence within your blood, your bones, your tissues, and your heartbeat. Modern psychologists are only now beginning to realize what the ancient mystics always knew. They now say that almost 80% of physical diseases are caused by repressed emotions. Look at the staggering number of heart failures in the world today. What does a heart failure mean? It means so much anger has been repressed in the heart, so much hatred, so much bitterness has been stuffed down into that delicate organ that the heart becomes completely poisoned, rigid, and crushed under the weight of your control. You think you are being a good person, a moral person, a saintly person by controlling your temper, but you are actually committing a slow, unconscious self-destruction. Your whole being becomes warped by this suppression. It begins to leak out into every single arena of your daily life, even into the most neutral activities. Watch yourself when you eat. When a person eats with suppressed anger, the entire quality of the act changes. It is beautiful to watch a person who eats without anger because he eats non-violently. He may be eating meat, but his spirit is non-violent. You, on the other hand, may be eating purely vegetables and fruits, but if anger is suppressed within you, you eat with tremendous violence. Your teeth and your mouth are trying desperately to release that trapped rage. You crush the food, you grind it, you smash it between your jaws as if the food is your ultimate enemy. And remember, when you eat food in such a state of violence, it can never truly nourish you. It cannot give you health or vitality. Instead, it nourishes all that is ill, all that is toxic, all that is diseased within your body. This is precisely why people with deep, suppressed anger tend to eat far more than they need. They go on gathering unnecessary fat in their bodies. Have you ever observed that fat people are almost always smiling? Unnecessarily, even when there is absolutely no cause. Fat people always go on smiling. Why is this so? It is their face. It is their carefully constructed mask. They are so deeply terrified of their own hidden anger and their inner violence that they feel compelled to keep a smiling face continuously fixed upon themselves. They use the smile to assure the world and to assure themselves that they are gentle, harmless creatures. But the trapped energy has to go somewhere, so they go on eating and eating, using the act of chewing as a safe, socially acceptable outlet for their aggression. This poison doesn't stop at the dinner table. It moves into your relationships. It enters your bedroom. It taints your love. You believe you are making love, but your intimacy is often more like an act of war, full of subtle friction, aggression, and a desire to dominate. Because you never truly observe one another making love, you do not know what is actually happening. You cannot know what is happening to you because you are almost always lost in a cloud of unconscious aggression. Deep, total orgasm through lovemaking has become almost impossible for the contemporary mind because deep down you are terrified. You are afraid that if you move totally into the experience, if you drop all your control and let go completely, you might lose your sanity. You are afraid you might kill your wife or kill your husband or do something terribly violent. You have become so afraid of the volcano that is boiling beneath your surface. Next time you are making love, if you dare, watch yourself. Have a mirror around so you can see what is happening to your face. You will be shocked to see that all the distortions of anger, all the muscular tensions of aggression are written clearly across your features. Even love, an activity that is totally opposite to anger, has been deeply poisoned by your control. You open a door, and there is anger in the way you twist the handle. You put a book on the table, and there is anger in the heavy thud with which it lands. You take off your shoes, you shake hands, you walk down the street, and anger is visible in every single gesture because you have suppressed it so deeply that you have become anger itself. Through this constant effort of suppression, your mind becomes split into two. The part of yourself that you accept, the part that society smiles upon, becomes your conscious mind. The part that you deny, the part that is rejected and condemned, becomes your unconscious mind. This division is not natural. It is a psychological fracture created entirely by repression. You go on throwing all the rubbish that society rejects into the dark well of the unconscious. But remember, whatsoever you throw down there does not die. It doesn't disappear into thin air. It grows, it ferments, it gathers strength, and it becomes an inseparable part of your physical structure. It sinks into your hands, into your bones, into your blood vessels, creating chronic tension, stiffness, and disease. Why does man do this to himself? Why do you choose to be unhealthy and fragmented. Because society has taught you to control, not to transform. And I want you to understand that the way of transformation is totally different from the way of control. In fact, they are absolute opposites. In control, you repress. In transformation, you express. But when I say expression, do not misunderstand me. There is absolutely no need to express your anger onto somebody else. The other person is completely irrelevant to your inner storm. The next time you feel a wave of anger arising, do not throw it on your wife or your children or your servant. They are not responsible for the electricity that is waking up inside you. Instead, go and run around the house 7 times or go for a fast, intense walk. After you have done that, sit quietly under a tree and watch where the anger has gone. You have not repressed it, you have not controlled it, and you have not thrown it onto another human being. This is beautiful because if you throw it onto somebody else, you create a destructive chain reaction. The other person is just as foolish as you, just as unconscious as you, just as repressed as you are. If you throw your anger onto them, they will inevitably react. They will throw their own stored anger back onto you, and a vicious circle is born. You both become bitter enemies, wounding each other deeply. If you throw your anger onto an enlightened person, there will be no trouble for him. He will actually help you to throw it out. He will provide a space for your catharsis because he understands. But you do not live around enlightened people. You live around ignorant, wounded souls. So do not throw it on anyone. It is exactly like when you feel like vomiting. When your stomach is upset and you need to vomit, you do not go and vomit onto your neighbor. That would be absurd. That would be highly uncivilized. You go quietly to the bathroom, you vomit, and the act cleanses your physical body. If you were to suppress the vomit out of politeness, it would be incredibly dangerous for your health. Once you have vomited, you suddenly feel fresh, unburdened, light, and healthy. Something was wrong with the food you took in, and your body wisely rejected it. Anger is nothing but a mental vomit. Something has entered your psychic system that is toxic to your well-being, and your whole inner structure wants to throw it out. It needs a release, a clearing. But because people have traditionally thrown this emotional vomit onto others, society became alarmed and created the rule of control. I tell you, there is no need to involve anyone else. Go to your room, lock the door, take a pillow, and beat it with all your might. Fight with the pillow, bite it, stomp on it, until your hands and your teeth are completely relaxed. Within 5 minutes of this pure, conscious catharsis. You will feel an immense weight lift from your chest. You will feel unburdened, clear, and spacious. And once you experience the joy of this solo release, you will never dream of throwing your anger onto another person again, because you will see how utterly foolish and unnecessary it is. The very first step in the great art of transformation is to allow expression, but to do it in absolute isolation where no one can be harmed. The second step, which is even more vital, is to bring the light of awareness into the experience. When you are controlling yourself, no awareness is required. Control is a mechanical process. You can do it like a well-programmed robot. The anger comes, and your pre-programmed social mechanism immediately clicks into place. Your jaw tightens, your heart freezes, and your entire being becomes narrow, closed, and rigid. But if you are watchful, if you are truly alert, control becomes impossible. Society never encourages you to be watchful, because a watchful person is wide open. Openness is the very essence of awareness. When you are open, you cannot easily suppress anything. It naturally wants to flow out. Society prefers that you keep yourself tightly closed, that you cave yourself in, leaving not even a tiny window open through which your true feelings might escape. But remember this fundamental law of the soul. When you close yourself so tightly that nothing can go out, then nothing can come in either. When your anger cannot go out, you become a closed fortress. Then, when you touch a beautiful rock, no texture enters your soul. When you look at a radiant flower, no beauty penetrates your heart. Your eyes remain dead, glassy, and closed. When you kiss the person you love, no warmth passes between you because you are living behind thick, impenetrable walls. You end up living a completely insensitive, numb life. Your sensitivity can only grow when your awareness grows. Through the mechanical process of control, you become dull, lifeless, and dead. That is the heavy price you pay for social conformity. If you are sufficiently dull and dead, nothing will affect you anymore. Your body becomes a rigid citadel, a cold defense mechanism against existence. Neither an insult nor a profound gesture of love can pierce your armor. But this control comes at an unacceptably high cost, a completely unnecessary cost. Your entire life becomes a miserable, exhausting effort to keep yourself under control, and then, without ever having truly lived, you simply die. You waste all your vital life energy just maintaining the walls of your prison, dragging your dead weight from the cradle to the grave. Society manages to teach you this destructive control through the clever use of condemnation. A child will only control an inner movement when he is made to feel that the movement is fundamentally evil, sinful, and dirty. You are told that anger is bad, that sex is bad, that your natural instincts are dangerous. Everything that needs to be controlled is branded as a sin, creating a deep sense of guilt in the forming mind of the child. A deep condemnation enters your consciousness toward everything that is vibrantly alive. And yet, sex is the very source of life, the most alive energy there is. Anger is also a deeply alive force, a natural protective energy. If a child were completely incapable of anger, he would never be able to survive in this world. He would have no backbone, no capacity to stand his ground, no ability to define his own boundary. He would be a psychological cripple. Anger, in its pure essence, is beautiful. Sex, in its pure essence, is beautiful. But beautiful things can easily turn ugly depending entirely on how you relate to them. If you condemn them, if you push them into the dark, they rot and become monstrously ugly. But if you accept them, if you bring your consciousness to them, they are transformed into the divine. Anger, when transformed, becomes pure compassion. The energy is exactly the same. When you look at a Buddha, when you feel his immense compassion, where do you think that beautiful energy comes from? It is the very same energy that in an ordinary man moves as boiling anger. In a Buddha, it is no longer moving as rage. It has been filtered through the golden light of awareness and turned into compassion. Where does divine love come from? A Jesus is love, a Buddha is love. The very same energy that moves as raw, urgent sex in an unconscious man becomes exquisite, boundless love in an awakened being. Never forget that if you condemn a natural phenomenon, it turns into a deadly poison within you, becoming destructive and suicidal. But if you master the secret of transformation, that very same energy becomes a God force, a divine nectar, an elixir of immortality. It leads you directly to your deathless being. But for this to happen, transformation is required, not control. In transformation, you never fight, you never judge, you never evaluate. You simply become intensely aware. Anger is happening, fine, let it happen. Stand there as a witness and watch the whole phenomenon unfold. It is a spectacular, beautiful event. Energy is moving within your body, your temperature is rising, your blood is pumping, your nervous system is shaking and quaking, a tremor runs through your limbs. It is a magnificent moment of high energy. When your energy is functioning at such a high peak, it is incredibly easy to watch it. When you are calm and indifferent, watching is difficult. because the inner sky is empty. But when the storm is raging, when the lightning is flashing, you have something grand to observe. Close your eyes, lie down on the ground, and meditate on your anger. Do not fight it. Do not try to stop it. Just look at what is happening inside your inner sky. It is filled with electricity, with dark clouds of thoughts. Someone has insulted you. Someone has laughed at your expense. Someone has shattered your pride. These are the dark clouds. And because of these clouds, there is tremendous lightning flashing through your body. Watch it as if you are watching a thunderstorm in nature. A storm is terrible if you do not understand it, if you are caught in it without shelter. It creates fear, it makes you tremble. But the moment you understand the secret of electricity, it ceases to be a terrifying threat. Look at how science has domesticated the outer forces of nature. The very electricity that used to terrify ancient men, making them fall to their knees in fear of a wrathful God, now runs smoothly through your house. It turns your fan, it runs your air conditioner, it keeps your food cool in the refrigerator. The wild, threatening force has been transformed into a quiet, obedient friend through the power of understanding. What science does for the outer forces of nature, religion does for the inner forces of the soul. Anger is nothing but raw electricity flowing through your biological system. Because you do not know what to do with it, you either destroy someone else or you destroy yourself. Religion offers a third way, a radical way, the way of awareness. It invites you to know the innermost secret of this electrical energy. When you are angry, you become hot, feverish. You cannot comprehend the exquisite coolness of an awakened master because you have never allowed your inner electricity to be properly routed. When anger is fully transformed into compassion, an incredible deep coolness settles over your entire being. An enlightened one is never hot. He is always centered, cool, and serene because he knows how to use the inner air conditioning of awareness. Compassion is nothing but inner air conditioning. Suddenly, everything within you becomes cool, beautiful, and tranquil. Nothing in the outside world has the power to disturb your peace, and the entire existence is transformed into a friend. When you look through the bloodshot eyes of anger, the world appears full of enemies, full of threats. When you look through the clear eyes of compassion, everyone becomes a friend, a traveler on the same path. When you are full of love, you see God everywhere you look. When you are full of hatred, you see the devil lurking in every corner. The world is nothing but a mirror. Your inner standpoint is constantly projected onto outer reality. Awareness is the golden key, not condemnation. And through the simple, quiet practice of awareness, transformation happens entirely on its own, spontaneously, without any effort on your part. If you can watch your anger with absolute neutrality, without saying this is good or this is bad, a miracle happens. The moment the inner watcher takes his seat, the anger immediately begins to cool down. The fierce heat is lost. You begin to see that the heat was actually being supplied by you, by your unconscious identification with the wave. The moment you step back and view it from a distance, the supply of fuel is cut off. The fear vanishes, the identity breaks, and you realize with absolute certainty the lightning is flashing around me, but I am not the lightning. I am the space in which it appears. You become like a man standing safely on top of a high hill, looking down into the valley where a fierce storm is raging. The distance between the center and the periphery grows wider and wider until a moment comes when the connection is completely severed. The old identity is broken forever, and in that precise moment of detachment, the hot, destructive process of anger is instantly cooled into the beautiful flow of compassion. People often talk about warm love, but I tell you, true love is not warm at all. True love is absolutely cool, though it is never cold. It is not cold because it is not dead. It is vibrantly alive, like a fresh, gentle breeze on a summer evening. It is cool, tranquil, and spacious. It is only because of your deep, unconscious identification with the heat of sex that your mind has formed the false notion that love must be warm and passionate. Sex is hot. It is raw friction. It is an intense electrical discharge. The more you move away from identification with sex, the more a profound coolness enters your love. There are many people in the world who are incredibly hot-headed, yet they delude themselves into thinking they are filled with great compassion. They want to launch revolutions. They want to overthrow governments. They want to violently restructure society. They want to bring a perfect utopia into the world. Look at the revolutionaries, the communists, the political fanatics. They are extremely hot, burning with intensity. They believe they are acting out of compassion for the poor and the oppressed, but they are actually driven by nothing but suppressed rage. The object of their anger has simply changed from a personal enemy to an impersonal one. The system, the state, the bourgeois structure, they remain deeply violent men. Look at leaders like Lenin, Stalin, or Trotsky. They were fiercely hot individuals. They were not fighting against any single person, but they were fighting a structure with immense hatred in their hearts. Even a man like Mahatma Gandhi, who championed nonviolence, was fundamentally a hot person, fighting intensely against the British Empire. Because his object was impersonal, people did not easily recognize his anger, but the heat was there. He wanted to change the outer world so immediately, so urgently, that he was filled with impatience and a fighting spirit. And any kind of fight, no matter what beautiful name you give it, is rooted in violence. You can easily adopt non-violent tactics to wage a violent war. Women have been doing this for thousands of years. It is an ancient feminine strategy. When a husband wants to fight, he uses his physical strength and beats his wife. But when a wife wants to fight, she cannot match his physical power, so she turns the violence against herself. She fasts, she cries, she beats her own breast, she threatens to harm herself, she uses violence against her own body. This is a very clever, highly effective way to fight. When a man beats a woman, he instantly feels intensely guilty, and sooner or later he has to surrender and beg for a compromise. But when a woman beats herself, she never feels guilty. She makes the man feel completely responsible for her suffering, forcing him to capitulate out of sheer psychological distress. In either case, the feminine strategy wins. Gandhi did nothing but apply this exact feminine trick on a massive political scale against the British Empire. He fasted unto death, and the entire British nation, with its refined sensibilities, was paralyzed by a profound sense of guilt. They could not bring themselves to let this frail man die while he was simply purifying his own soul. It was a masterpiece of passive aggression, but it was still hot. It was still a fight. A truly compassionate soul like a Buddha does not fight with anything or anyone. He simply is. He rests in his ultimate center and allows things to be exactly as they are, allowing the great laws of existence to move on their own. He knows that societies change on their own, just as the trees change their leaves with the turning of the seasons. There is absolutely no need to violently destroy the old society. It will die naturally when its time is ripe. New societies are born into the world just like newborn babies, organically, effortlessly. There is no need to force a violent abortion on history. This is the great paradox of existence. Outer situations go on changing and moving, yet in a deeper, subtle sense, everything remains exactly the same. There will always be those who are materially poor and those who are rich. There will always be those who govern and those who are governed. The structural classes of human society can never truly disappear because differentiation is written into the very fabric of nature. Human society can never become completely classless. The names of the classes may change, The masks may change, but the underlying reality remains. Look at Russia after the great communist revolution. They claim to have destroyed the classes, but they simply replaced the old rich and poor with a new division. The governors and the governed, the elite bureaucrats and the ordinary citizens, the managers and the managed. It is exactly the same game played with a different set of cards. If a ruthless conqueror like Tamerlane were born in modern society, he would simply become the prime minister. If an ambitious capitalist like Henry Ford were born in a communist state, he would climb to the top as the general secretary of the party. He would manage the wealth from there. Outer arrangements go on shifting, but the essential human drama remains identical. You cannot change this through outer revolution, because society exists through the dynamic interplay of opposites. A real man of compassion is absolutely cool. He can never be a political revolutionary, because revolution requires a hot mind, a boiling heart, and a violent disposition. The true spiritual seeker drops all desire for control, drops all desire to express his rage onto others, and simply enters the temple of awareness. Through this alertness, his consciousness naturally shifts, moving away from the chaotic, troubled periphery and aligning itself beautifully with the eternal, silent center of being. Now, try to understand this beautiful anecdote. A Zen student came to Bankei and said, "Master, I have an ungovernable temper. How can I cure it?" Look at the formulation of this question. The student has already accepted one thing as an absolute fact, that he possesses an ungovernable temper. Now he is simply asking for a cure. He is completely blind to the true nature of his problem. Whenever you feel there is a disease within you, whether it is psychological, emotional, or spiritual, the very first thing you must do is find out whether there is really a disease present, or if it is just a profound misunderstanding. If it is a real disease, then a cure can certainly be found. But if it is not a real disease, if it is nothing but a misunderstanding created by your conditioning, then no medicine in the world will ever help you. On the contrary, every medicine given to you will only cause deep harm, because it treats an illusion as a reality. So, before you go running to the experts, before you look for a technique or a strategy to fix yourself, you must be perfectly clear about the nature of your disease. Move into the disease first. Diagnose it, decipher it, scrutinize it with your own awareness. Do not accept any emotional state as an intrinsic part of your being just because it appears violently on the surface. The surface is merely the marketplace where you meet others. The surface is where others reflect in you, where society colors you, where the winds of the world create waves on your lake. It may not be your disease at all. It may be just the reflection of the toxic people around you. Imagine a silent, perfectly clear lake. You stand on the bank of this lake wearing a bright orange robe. Naturally, the water near the shore will look orange. It will reflect your clothes perfectly. Now, if the lake becomes foolish and begins to think, "Oh my God, I have become orange. How do I get rid of this color? Where can I find a cure? Whom should I ask to make me clear again?" If the lake goes to an expert, the expert will start giving it techniques to wash away the orange color. But the color is not there at all. It is just a reflection. All that is needed is for the lake to look up and see the person standing on the bank. The moment it becomes alert to the reality, the problem simply vanishes. This is the difference between a worldly mind and a meditative mind. Many of your psychological diseases do not exist in reality at all. You simply believe they are there because you have never looked at them directly. You are constantly standing with your back towards your own inner reality. If you turn around and face them, if you encounter them with absolute clarity, they go, they disappear into the nothingness from which they came. When the student told Bankei about his ungovernable temper, Bankei looked at him and said, "Show me this temper. It sounds fascinating." A true master like Bankei never starts working on the cure. He immediately starts working on the disease itself. He is not a psychoanalyst. A psychoanalyst immediately accepts your diagnosis and starts looking for a method to cure you. But a master knows that 99% of your illnesses are completely imaginary, born out of your unconsciousness. Bankei says, "It sounds fascinating. Why does he use such a word? Because to a man of absolute awareness, human ignorance and the tricks of the human ego are indeed fascinating. They are absurd, they are ridiculous, yet they hold such a massive grip over your life." The student was bewildered. He looked at Bankei and said, "I haven't got it right now, so I can't show it to you." Look at the beauty of this realization. You cannot manage to bring about anger on command, can you? If I tell you right this very moment, "Please be angry right now," what will you do? You may act, you may pretend, you may distort your face and shout, but deep down you will know it is just a performance. You will remain cool and detached because you are consciously trying to produce it. Anger cannot happen when you are conscious. Unconsciousness is an absolute prerequisite for anger to exist. It can only take possession of you when you are completely fast asleep, when your awareness is totally absent. Bankei smiled and said, "Well then, bring it to me when you have it." The master is putting the student on the path. He is guiding him step by step into the inner chambers of his own mind. The student protests, "But I can't bring it just when I happen to have it. It arises unexpectedly, and I would surely lose it before I got it to you." Now the student has arrived at a very deep understanding, an understanding he had never reached in his entire life before meeting Bankei. He has realized two fundamental truths about his temper. First, he cannot produce it consciously. Second, if he makes an effort to bring it to the master, the very effort, the very journey, the very passage of time will make him aware of it, and the moment he becomes aware, the anger will drop. The grip will be lost, and it will subside before he ever reaches the master's door. This is an extraordinary law of inner mechanics. If you are deeply angry and you suddenly become totally conscious of your anger, a gear changes inside your biological machine. You can actually feel the internal click. The outer layers of your body may take a few minutes to cool down because the adrenaline is already pumping through your blood, but deep at your center the cooperation is broken. You are no longer identified with the storm. The great mystic Gurdjieff used to play a highly profound trick on his disciples to teach them this exact lesson. He would gather his students in a room and create a carefully staged situation. He would say to them, "Listen, a specific person, let us call him A, is coming to see me in a few minutes. When he arrives, I am going to behave incredibly rudely to him. I am going to insult him. I am going to say the most nasty things to him, and all of you must help me. You must all nod your heads, laugh at him, and show him that you completely agree with my insults." Then the unsuspecting man would walk into the room. Gurdjieff would look at him and immediately burst out laughing, saying, "Look at this man, he looks like a perfect fool." The disciples would all nod and snicker in agreement. Gurdjieff would then launch into a series of deeply offensive, personal insults against the man. The poor visitor would get red in the face. His blood would boil, his heart would race, and he would get angrier and angrier. The environment in the room would become incredibly hot and tense. Finally, the man would completely lose his mind and explode into a violent rage, shouting and cursing. And right at the peak of his explosion, Gurdjieff would suddenly clap his hands and shout, "Stop! Look at yourself right now." The suddenness of the command, the absolute shock of it, would break the illusion. The man would instantly freeze, and in that moment of absolute stillness, something deep inside him would relax. He would suddenly realize that he had been moved into a manufactured situation, that a mirror was being held up to his face. The gear would change instantly. He would become completely alert, completely aware. His body would still be trembling from the chemical reaction of the rage, but at the very center of his being, a deep, cool silence would open up. He could look at his own anger from a vast distance, as if it belonged to someone else. This is exactly what Bankei was trying to teach his student. He was showing him that anything that comes and goes cannot be your true nature. Bankei looked at the student and said, "In that case, it cannot be part of your true nature. If it were, you could show it to me at any time. When you were born, you did not have it, and your parents did not give it to you, so it must come into you from the outside. This is a criterion of ultimate truth, a criterion for any true seeker of Tao, of Brahman, of the eternal reality. Your true nature is that which remains always and always. It was there before you were born. It is there right now behind all the noise of your mind, and it will be there long after your body has turned to dust. It is the eternal center. The circumference changes constantly, but the center remains absolutely untouched by time. Nothing can modify it, nothing can taint it, nothing from the outside world can ever reach its sacred depths. But you are completely identified with the weather of your mind. If it is cloudy, you say, "I am miserable." If the lightning flashes, you say, "I am angry." You have forgotten that you are the sky, not the weather. The clouds come and go. They fill the sky with darkness and noise, but they can never leave a single scratch on the infinite blue of the cosmos. Because you do not know who you are, you spend your entire life going from one expert to another, looking for a way to manage your moods. You think your problems are spiritual, but most of the time they are nothing but your ego playing games with you. People come to me all the time and say, "Osho, my mind is completely disturbed. I am constantly tense. Anxiety is eating me alive. I cannot sleep at night. Please give me a high technique of meditation so I can find peace." I remember a man who came to see me. He was very wealthy, very proud, and he looked deeply miserable. He told me, "I am a great spiritual seeker. I have been to Sri Aurobindo's ashram. I have lived at Ramana Maharshi's ashram. I have traveled all over India seeking peace, but nothing helps. All these great masters have failed me. Give me a technique that will work." I looked at him and smiled. I said, "If everyone has failed you, have you ever considered the possibility that your disease is completely false? Perhaps you have labeled it wrongly. Perhaps the container of your mind has something written on the outside, but inside it contains something else entirely. You feel very victorious that all these great masters could not help you. It feeds your ego immensely to think that your problem is so grand, so complex, that even the greatest mystics are powerless against it. You will eventually leave here and say the same thing about me. Tell me, what is the real trouble? What are the thoughts that haunt you day and night? The man hesitated, then he said, "Well, it is only one thought, really. I have a son. He is alive, but he is dead to me. I threw him out of my house. I am an incredibly wealthy man, a man of high status and caste, but my son fell in love with a girl who is uneducated, poor, and from a low caste. I told him that if he married her, he would never be allowed back into my home. He chose the girl. Now I am getting old, and my son is living in absolute poverty with his family. I cannot stop thinking about him. This is my anxiety. This is why I cannot sleep. Give me a meditation technique to silence my mind." I laughed and told him, "How can a meditation technique possibly help you? A technique will not bring your son back home. This is such a simple, ordinary human problem, yet you are trying to turn it into a grand spiritual crisis. A sword is not needed for a problem that can be solved with a simple sewing needle. You are looking for a spiritual sword because it satisfies your pride, but swords will always fail where a needle is required. This is not a spiritual problem at all. This is pure, unadulterated ego. Why shouldn't a young boy fall in love with a girl who is economically below his status? Is love a matter of economics? Is love a financial transaction to be settled by bankers and accountants? Love is a wild, unpredictable phenomenon. It is something that happens spontaneously. The moment you try to manage it, the moment you try to control it through your social pride and financial calculations, everything misfires. I told this wealthy man a story about a marriage agent who went to a young, stubborn man and said, "I have found the most beautiful girl in the world for you. She is exactly right." The young man said, "Don't bother me. I am not interested in marriage." The agent smiled and said, I know, but listen to this. I have another girl who comes with a massive dowry of 5,000 rupees. The boy grew annoyed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I do not care about money. Get out of my room." The agent persisted. "Oh, I understand completely. If 5,000 is not enough, I have a girl from a spectacular family who will bring 25,000 rupees in dowry." By this time, the young man was absolutely furious. He grabbed the agent by his collar and began to physically drag him toward the door. As he was pushing him out, the boy shouted, "If I ever get married, it will be for love and absolutely nothing else." The agent, as he was being thrown out the door, looked back and said, "Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? I have those kinds of girls too." I told the old man this story so he could see the absurdity of his own mind. I said to him, "Go to your son and ask for his forgiveness. That is the only meditation you need. No technique, no ashram, no master can do this for you. Your ego is what is creating the anxiety, and you want to use meditation as an anesthesia so you can continue to hold on to your pride while escaping the pain it causes. It doesn't work that way. Meditation can only be of assistance to a person who has arrived at a right understanding of his inner diseases. You must first learn to see which of your problems are completely false, which ones are born out of your social identity, and which ones are simply empty containers. When you bring your consciousness to your wounds, 99% of them will dissolve on the spot because they are fed entirely by your misunderstanding. Only when all the false, worldly anxieties have cleared away does the true spiritual search begin. Then, and only then, a deep, authentic anguish arises within you, and that anguish has absolutely nothing to do with this world. It is not about your son. It is not about your father. It is not about your bank balance, your social prestige, or your political power. It is a purely existential ache. It is the deep, burning question: who am I? What is this life? Where did I come from? And where will I go when this body falls away? When your anxiety is distilled into this pure search, then meditation becomes a roaring fire that can transform your entire existence. But before that point is reached, you must deal honestly with your psychological rubbish. You must stop hiding behind spiritual concepts. This is why Bankhe is a true master. He didn't waste time giving the student a mantra or a breathing exercise. He went straight to the root of the matter. He asked the student to produce the anger, knowing fully well that the student would have to face the fact that he was completely disconnected from the source of his own emotions. When the student admitted that his anger arises unexpectedly and vanishes the moment he tries to capture it, Bankhe delivered the definitive blow. In that case, it cannot be part of your true nature. It must be coming from the outside. The periphery of your being is constantly touching the peripheries of other people, and from those collisions, waves of anger, greed, lust, and anxiety are generated. Then Bankhe added with a laugh, "I suggest that whenever it gets into you, you beat yourself with a stick until the temper can't stand it and runs away. Please do not take Banke literally. Do not go out and buy a wooden stick and start beating your physical body whenever you feel angry. That is what foolish people have been doing in monasteries for centuries, punishing their flesh for the errors of their minds. You can destroy your body, you can torture your skin, but you cannot kill the ego with a wooden rod. In the rich tradition of Zen, the stick is a beautiful, profound symbol for awareness. Awareness is the only stick that can beat the ego until it runs away. The only thing that unconsciousness cannot stand is the absolute, unblinking light of your presence. In Zen, when a great master is preparing to leave his body, when he knows his death is near, he calls his chief disciple, the one he has chosen as his spiritual heir, the one who will replace him and guide the future generations. In front of the entire assembly, the master hands over his personal wooden staff, the stick he has carried with him throughout his entire life. This is the greatest gift a master can bestow upon a disciple. It is a public recognition that the disciple has found his own inner stick. It means the disciple has attained to absolute awareness. He has created a permanent gap between his center and his periphery. He is no longer identified with the passing shows of the mind. He has become a Buddha, a watcher on the hills. When Banke tells the student to beat himself with a stick, he is saying, bring the stick of awareness to the anger the very moment it enters your system. Don't allow it to live in your unconsciousness for a single second. Look at it, watch it, track its movement through your body, and you will see that the moment your consciousness touches the anger, it simply evaporates. It cannot survive the light. You live on the periphery because it is easy, because it requires no effort to be unconscious. To be unconscious is to be a leaf blown about by every passing breeze. If someone insults you, you immediately react. You become hot, you scream, you strike back. You think you are acting, but you are not acting at all. You are simply reacting. You are a machine. Anyone can push your buttons and make you dance to their tune. If someone wants you to be angry, they just have to say a specific vulgar word, and like a well-oiled machine, the anger appears. You do not possess the anger possesses you. You are a slave living on the outermost boundaries of your own house. But the moment you become conscious, you are instantly thrown back into your center. And from the safe sanctuary of the center, you can look out at the periphery and watch the drama of the world with a deep, joyful smile. You can see two people screaming at each other, or someone trying desperately to insult you, and you can say along with Banke, it sounds fascinating. It happened exactly this way in the life of Gautama the Buddha. He was traveling from one village to another with his disciples, and as he was passing by a certain town, a group of people who were deeply against his teachings came out to meet him. They were full of anger, full of prejudice, and they began to abuse the Buddha very badly. They shouted the most vulgar insults at him, using disgusting words to describe him and his work. Buddha did not say a word. He stood there perfectly still, listening to their insults, with a look of absolute peace and compassion on his face. He didn't blink. His face didn't change color. His breath remained deep and rhythmic. The crowd grew completely puzzled. They had come expecting a fierce argument. They had come wanting a fight, but this man was standing there like a marble statue. Finally, one of the leaders of the crowd couldn't contain himself any longer. He stepped forward and shouted, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Why are you silent? Answer what we are saying to you." Buddha looked at him with great tenderness and said, "You have come a little too late. You should have come 10 years ago. If you had come 10 years ago, I would have reacted. I would have become furious. I would have insulted you back. I would have fought with you with all my might. But now, I am no longer there where you are trying to reach me. I am no longer grounded on the periphery. A vast, infinite distance has arisen between my center and the boundary where you are throwing your words. Your insults cannot reach me. They simply fall to the ground. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I find the whole scene deeply fascinating." The people were utterly dumbfounded. They looked at each other, completely lost. What can you do with a man who finds your insults fascinating? Another man from the crowd called out, "Are you really not affected by what we are saying? Do you not feel any shame, any anger?" Buddha smiled and said, "Let me ask you a question. In the village I visited just this morning, the people were overjoyed to see me. They came running out of their homes carrying massive trays of beautiful, fresh sweets to present to me as a gift. But I told them that I only take food when I am hungry, and since I had already eaten, I could not accept their sweets. I left them behind. Now tell me, what do you think those villagers did with the sweets when I refused to take them?" The man replied, "Well, that's obvious. They would take the sweets back to their homes and distribute them among their own families and children as a blessing." Buddha laughed out loud and said, "Exactly. And that is precisely the mess you find yourselves in right now. You have brought these heavy trays of vulgar words and insults to present to me as a gift. But I tell you, I am not hungry for this kind of food. I absolutely refuse to accept your insults. Now I ask you, what will you do with them? You will have to take them back to your own village, back to your own homes, and distribute all that toxicity among your own wives and children. I feel very sorry for you. This is the stance of a Buddha. When you are rooted deeply in your center, everything in this world becomes a beautiful, fascinating play. You can look at the madness of humanity, the chaos of society, the shifting tides of emotion, and you can enjoy the whole show because you are no longer entangled in it. When you are cool, when you are centered, the world becomes a place of infinite celebration. But when you are hot, when you are living on the periphery, you can never truly enjoy anything because you are constantly being swept away by the current. You are so messed up in the mud of your own reactions that clarity becomes impossible. This may sound like a tremendous paradox to the logical mind, but I tell you with absolute authority, only a Buddha can truly enjoy this world. Only a man who has died to the periphery can appreciate the exquisite beauty of life. To him, every moment is a miracle, every sound is a divine melody, and every human being is a unique manifestation of the ultimate reality. He doesn't want to change anything. He doesn't want to fix anything. He simply allows the universe to dance its dance, resting peacefully in the timeless stillness of his own soul. This stillness of the soul is not a graveyard. It is not the cold, rigid silence of a corpse, nor is it the forced quietness of a prisoner who has been beaten into submission. It is a vibrant, dancing, ecstatic stillness. It is the silence of a fully balanced cyclone, where the very peak of movement creates an absolute stillness at the center. But the contemporary mind cannot comprehend this, because your entire understanding of life is rooted in the superficial. You live your life on the shifting sands of the periphery, where every passing wind throws you into a state of violent turmoil. You think that by rearranging the furniture on the surface, by fixing your character, by polishing your morality, you will somehow attain to a state of peace. I tell you, all your moralities, all your virtues, all your efforts to become a good person are nothing but a beautifully painted cage. The cage may be made of solid gold, it may be decorated with precious jewels, but it remains a prison nonetheless. Look at what happens when you try to build a strong character. What is this thing you call character? It is nothing but a complex system of conditionings. You do not bring any character into this world when you are born. You enter this life as an absolutely blank sheet of paper, pure, innocent, and completely characterless. Every single line that is written upon your soul is written by others, your anxious parents, your fearful teachers, your hypocritical priests, your greedy society. They are all terrified of your raw, unadulterated nature. They are terrified of your wildness, your passion, your intelligence, because a natural human being can never be enslaved. A natural human being cannot be exploited by the politicians or the priests. A natural man cannot be forced into a factory or a church to serve the vested interests of the powerful. So, from the very moment you emit your first cry, the society begins the violent work of domesticating you. They write upon your blank sheet, telling you what is right and what is wrong, what is holy and what is sinful. They teach you that when you feel angry, you must immediately push it down, because an angry child is an ugly child. An angry child will not be loved. Out of fear of losing love, out of fear of isolation, you accept their conditionings. You create a character. But unless you become a blank sheet once again, unless you completely wipe away everything that has been written upon you by the outside world, you will never know what true nature is. You will never know what Tao is. You will never discover the ultimate reality of your own being. The entire problem for the authentic seeker is not how to form a good character, not how to achieve an artificial state of no anger, and certainly not how to remain undisturbed through sheer willpower. That is the path of the moralist, and it leads directly to the madhouse. The real problem, the only true challenge, is how to shift your consciousness completely from the periphery to the eternal center. If you can learn the secret of this inner shift, you will suddenly see that you have always been calm, that you have always been the untouched witness of the entire drama. From that vast, infinite distance of the center, you can look at your own periphery as if it is happening to somebody else entirely. In truth, it has never happened to you. Even in those moments when you were completely lost in a blind rage, when you were shaking with fury, something deep within your innermost core remained completely undisturbed, perfectly beyond, absolutely pure. Something in you remained a silent witness. When you learn to look at your life from the hilltops of your center, you realize that the difference between an ordinary, miserable human being and an awakened Buddha is not a difference of character at all. This is one of the most revolutionary things I can say to you, and it will shock the moralistic minds. A Buddha is not a Buddha because he has a better character than you. He is not a Buddha because he possesses more virtue, or because he follows a stricter code of morality. The difference is solely a question of where you are grounded. You are grounded on the volatile periphery of your being, where every passing cloud takes you over, while a Buddha is grounded firmly, unshakably, in the center. Because he is grounded in the center, he can look at his own periphery from an immense distance. If you insult him, if you hit him, he can see it happen as if it is happening to someone else, because the distance between his awareness and his physical vehicle is infinite. He is like a watcher on the hills, observing the lightning and the dark clouds down in the valleys below. But society has made you completely dependent on the periphery. It has taught you that control is the ultimate virtue, while the truth is that control is a profound crime against your own biology. It is very easy to control your emotions, but it is incredibly difficult to transform them. Why is it easy to control? Because control is a superficial trick of the ego. When anger arises, you simply clench your teeth, tighten your stomach muscles, and force a polite smile onto your face. You have managed the situation perfectly according to social etiquette. But what have you actually done to the energy? You have suppressed it. And what happens when you suppress a living force? The direction of its movement changes instantly. The energy of anger was naturally moving outward, seeking a release, a clearing. By blocking its exit, you force it to move inward. For the anger to go out was good, because the body-mind system needs to purge its toxic waste. It is bad for the anger to move within, because it means your entire physical and psychological structure will be deeply poisoned by it. And if you go on doing this for decades, as almost everyone has been doing since childhood, those suppressed negative emotions accumulate in the deep recesses of your unconscious mind. They become a constant, toxic background radiation within you. It is no longer a matter of being angry in certain moments. You become a walking bomb of chronic, repressed rage. You are simply angry all the time, even when you are pretending to be peaceful, because the volcano is full to the brim. You are constantly searching for an excuse to explode. And remember, an unconscious mind can find an excuse absolutely anywhere. Your whole being becomes warped by this mechanical suppression. You carry this hidden poison into every single activity of your life. Look at the way you eat your food. When a person eats with deep, suppressed anger inside, the entire physical act takes on a violent, destructive quality. It is a beautiful thing to watch a harmonious person eat. Because he eats non-violently, he may be eating meat, but his spirit remains perfectly non-violent. You, on the other hand, may be eating a purely vegetarian diet, consuming nothing but organic fruits and vegetables. But if your heart is full of suppressed anger, you eat with tremendous violence. Your teeth and your jaws become weapons of war. You crush the food, you grind it, you smash it with an intense, unconscious ferocity, as if the food on your plate is your mortal enemy. And because you are relating to your food as an enemy, that food can never truly nourish you. It cannot give you health, joy, or vitality. Instead, It directly feeds and nourishes all that is ill, all that is toxic, all that is diseased within your body. This is precisely why people who harbor deep, unexpressed anger almost always tend to overeat. They use the act of eating as a safe, socially sanctioned outlet for their aggressive impulses. They go on gathering massive amounts of unnecessary fat in their bodies. And have you ever observed the strange psychology of fat people? They are almost always smiling, unnecessarily, even when there is absolutely no reason for it. Fat people will continuously go on smiling. Why? Because the smile is their mask, their shield. They are so deeply terrified of their own inner violence, so afraid of the hidden rage that might leak out, that they feel compelled to keep a permanent smile fixed onto their faces as a reassurance to society that they are completely harmless. But while the face smiles, the teeth are busy executing violence upon the food, burying the rage under layers of fat. This repressed violence will inevitably move into every single arena of your life, destroying your capacity for joy. It will enter your love life. It will enter your bedroom. When you make love to your partner, it will be far more like an act of subtle aggression and domination than an act of pure love. It will have a heavy undercurrent of hostility in it. Because human beings almost never truly observe each other in moments of intimacy, you remain completely blind to what is happening. You cannot know the state of your own energy because you are so utterly lost in a cloud of unconscious aggression. This is the exact reason why a deep, total, soul-satisfying orgasm through love-making has become virtually impossible for the modern man. Deep down, you are terrified of your own energy. You are afraid that if you let go of your control completely, if you drop your social mask in the middle of love-making, you might become a monster. You are afraid you might hurt your beloved, or that your partner might destroy you. You have become a prisoner of your own suppressed volcano. Next time you are in an intimate moment, if you can, look at your face in a mirror. You will be shocked to see that all the muscular tensions, all the facial distortions of anger and aggression are clearly visible there. The poison has run so deep that love, which is the absolute opposite of anger, has been completely contaminated. Eating, which is a totally neutral biological necessity, has been contaminated. You open a door, you place a glass on the table, you take off your shoes, you shake a friend's hand, and anger is written in every single movement because you have become anger personified. Through this constant, unnatural suppression, your mind becomes deeply split into two separate compartments. The small part of your being that you accept, the part that matches the expectations of society, becomes your conscious mind. The vast, hidden part that you deny and reject out of fear of condemnation becomes your unconscious mind. This division is entirely unnatural. It is a psychological fracture born out of repression, and into this dark cellar of the unconscious, you go on throwing all the emotional rubbish that society considers ugly or dangerous. But remember, nothing that you throw into the unconscious ever dies. It sinks deep into your physical body, into your muscles, into your bones, into your bloodstream, and into your very heartbeat. This is why modern medical science is now forced to admit that nearly 80% of human diseases are psychosomatic, caused entirely by repressed emotions. The epidemic of heart failures in the contemporary world is nothing but a physical crystallization of repressed anger, repressed hatred, and unexpressed bitterness. The heart has been so heavily poisoned by your self-control that its delicate tissues can no longer bear the pressure, and it simply collapses. You think you are being a saintly, civilized person by controlling your feelings, but you are actually committing a slow, agonizing, internal self-destruction. Why does man choose this state of disease? Why do you destroy your own body? Because society has taught you the false virtue of control rather than the authentic art of transformation. And the path of transformation is totally different. It is the absolute opposite of control. In control you repress, in transformation you express. But when I say expression, you must understand that there is absolutely no need to throw your emotions onto another human being. The other person is completely irrelevant to your inner state. The next time a wave of intense anger arises within you, do not run to find someone to scream at. Do not make your wife, your husband, or your children the targets of your inner storm. Instead, use that immense surge of energy for your own clarity. Go outside and run around your house 7 times as fast as your legs can carry you, or go for an intense run down the street. After you have exhausted the physical energy, sit quietly under a tree and look inside to see where the anger has gone. You will be amazed to find that it has vanished, leaving behind a beautiful, serene clarity. You have not repressed it, you have not controlled it, and you have not harmed another soul with it. If you throw your anger onto someone else, you create a destructive chain reaction that can last for years, because the other person is just as unconscious and repressed as you are. They will immediately react to your toxicity, throwing their own stored anger back at you with interest. If you throw your anger onto an enlightened master, there is no problem, because he will use his awareness to help you go through a total catharsis and release it. But when you throw it onto an ordinary person, you simply create an enemy, poisoning both your lives unnecessarily. Think of anger as nothing but a mental vomit. When your stomach is upset because you have taken in something toxic, the body naturally wants to reject it through vomiting. It is a cleansing process. You do not go and vomit onto your friend. You go privately to the bathroom and allow the body to purge the poison. Once you have vomited, you instantly feel light, fresh, unburdened, and healthy. The body has successfully defended itself against the toxin. Anger is exactly the same thing for your psychological structure. Something has entered your psychic being that is harmful to you, and your soul wants to throw it out. But because people have traditionally thrown this mental vomit onto others, society became terrified of the destruction it caused and forced everyone to swallow it back down. Can you imagine anything more hazardous to your health than continuously swallowing your own vomit? That is exactly what you do whenever you control your temper. There is absolutely no need to involve anyone else in your purging process. When you feel the heat of anger rising, go to your bathroom, lock the door, or go for a long, fast walk. The presence of anger means there is a high concentration of energy inside your body that requires immediate, intense physical activity to be released safely. Do some jogging, jump up and down, or take a heavy pillow and beat it with all your might. Fight with the pillow, bite it, scream into it, until your hands, your jaw, and your teeth are completely relaxed. Within 5 minutes of this pure, conscious catharsis, you will feel a tremendous sense of lightness and freedom. Once you discover the immense joy of this independent release, you will never dream of throwing your anger onto another human being again, because you will see how utterly foolish and primitive it is. The first step in the great alchemy of transformation is to give your emotions a total expression, but in complete isolation, where no one can be hurt. The second and most vital step is to bring absolute awareness to the process. When you are controlling yourself, no awareness is needed. You can simply function like a mechanical robot. The moment anger arises, an automatic social mechanism clicks in, closing your heart, tightening your body, and narrowing your perspective. But if you are watchful, if you maintain a sharp, unblinking alertness, control becomes impossible. Society never wants you to be watchful, because an alert individual is wide open to existence. Openness is the very nature of awareness. If you are open, you cannot suppress anything. The energy will naturally want to flow out into the light. Society prefers that you keep yourself tightly closed, caved in, with every window boarded up so that nothing can escape. But remember this absolute law. When you close your doors so tightly that nothing can go out, then nothing can come in either. When your anger is locked inside, your entire sensitivity is destroyed. You become a dead stone. If you touch a beautiful rock, no texture enters your soul. If you look at a sunrise, no beauty reaches your eyes. If you kiss your beloved, no warmth touches your heart. Because you are living behind a cold, thick wall of armor, you end up living a completely numb, insensitive life. Your capacity for sensitivity can only grow when your awareness grows. Through the mechanical trick of control, you become increasingly dull and dead, because that is the only way the ego can maintain its grip over your wild instincts. If you are sufficiently deadened, nothing will affect you anymore, neither an insult nor a profound expression of love. But this comes at an unacceptably high price. Your entire life energy is consumed by the exhausting effort of keeping yourself under lock and key. And then, without ever having truly lived, you simply die. You carry a dead weight from the cradle to the grave, completely missing the glorious dance of existence. Society achieves this control through the poison of condemnation, making every natural instinct look like a shameful sin in the eyes of the child. You are told that anger is evil, that sex is dirty, that your natural desires are dangerous. A deep sense of guilt and condemnation enters your mind toward everything that is vibrantly alive. Yet, sex is the very source of life, the most alive energy in existence. And anger is also a deeply alive force, a natural, protective electricity that gives you a backbone. If a child were completely incapable of anger, he would be a psychological cripple, unable to survive, unable to stand his ground or define his own boundaries in the world. Anger is beautiful, sex is beautiful, but their beauty depends entirely on your relationship to them. If you condemn them, they turn into toxic, destructive, suicidal poisons that destroy your body from within. But if you learn the secret of transformation, they are elevated into the divine. Anger, when filtered through the light of awareness, is transformed into pure, radiant compassion. The energy is exactly the same. When you feel the immense compassion of a Buddha, where do you think that energy comes from? It is the very same energy that moves as boiling rage in an unconscious man. It has simply been transformed, cooled, and elevated. When you feel the unconditional love of a Jesus, it is the very same energy that moves as urgent, aggressive sex in an ordinary man, transformed into a divine force. Never forget that transformation requires absolute awareness, never control. When anger arises, you must not judge it, you must not call it bad, You must simply watch it with open eyes. It is a magnificent phenomenon, pure energy moving within you, making you hot and alive. It is exactly like the electricity flashing through the dark clouds of the sky. In ancient times, when men were ignorant, they were terrified of lightning. They thought it was the wrath of an angry god trying to punish them. But modern science has domesticated that electricity, routing it through your home to bring comfort, cool air, and light. Religion does the exact same thing for the inner forces of the soul. Anger is nothing but raw, inner electricity. Through awareness, you learn the secret of this energy, turning a wild, destructive force into a gentle, devoted friend. When anger is transformed into compassion, everything within you becomes cool and beautiful. An awakened master lives in a state of permanent inner air conditioning. Nothing in the outside world has the power to disturb his deep serenity. When you look through the eyes of anger, the whole world appears as an enemy. But when you look through the clear eyes of compassion, everyone becomes a friend, a neighbor, a reflection of the divine. It is your own inner standpoint that is constantly being projected onto reality. Therefore, stop fighting the mirror. Turn your attention inward, kindle the light of awareness, and allow the hot electricity of your passions to be naturally transformed into the cool, immortal nectar of your true being. This resting is not a passive escape from the realities of existence. It is the only true way to engage with reality as it is, without the distortion of your individual biases. When you are centered, your life ceases to be a series of frantic reactions and instead becomes a beautiful, spontaneous action. Reaction is mechanical, born out of past conditioning. Action is creative, born out of the present moment of awareness. An ordinary man lives in a state of constant reaction. If someone praises him, he feels happy. If someone insults him, he becomes angry. He is a puppet, and the strings are held by the outside world. Anyone can pull a string and make him jump, make him cry, or make him fight. But an awakened soul is no longer a puppet. He has cut the strings. He has stepped off the stage of the mechanical drama, and he has retired to the silent auditorium of his own being as a pure spectator. To become a spectator of your own mind is the ultimate secret of meditation. In the East, we call this choiceless awareness, or sakshi. It means simply witnessing everything that passes before your consciousness without judging it, without condemning it, and without trying to alter its course in any way. When thoughts cross your mind, let them pass like birds flying across the sky, leaving no tracks behind. When emotions arise, let them rise, let them flash like lightning, and let them fade away naturally without your intervention. you must not get involved with them. The moment you say, "This thought is beautiful, I must hold on to it," you have fallen from your center. You have become identified. The moment you say, "This anger is ugly, I must suppress it," you have fallen into the trap of control, and you are beginning the dangerous work of poisoning your own body-mind structure. This deep understanding of the inner mechanics is what frees you from the necessity of self-destruction. If this light of witnessing is beginning to clear the confusion in your mind, I invite you to share your insights in the comments below, to give this video a like, and to subscribe to this channel so that we can continue to walk this path of consciousness together. To help ensure that these deep, life-transforming truths remain available to seekers all over the earth, and to actively support our shared journey, you are always welcome to click the join button, offer a super thanks, or bring our collection of meditative ebooks into your daily practice. Let these gestures be a natural, harmonious extension of your own growing awareness. When you sit in absolute choiceless awareness, you begin to observe the fascinating interplay of your inner electricity. You realize that what you call your ego is nothing but a bundle of old memories, social conditionings, and borrowed ideas that lives exclusively on the periphery of your being. The ego has no reality of its own. It is a ghost that disappears the moment you shine the light of consciousness upon it. It is like a dark room that has been locked up for centuries. The darkness inside may seem incredibly thick, solid, and terrifying. You might think it will take years of hard labor to shovel the darkness out of the room. But if you simply bring a small single candle into that room, what happens to the darkness? Does it leave slowly, step by step? Does it fight against the light? No, it simply ceases to be, because darkness has no positive existence of its own. It is nothing but the absolute absence of light. Your ignorance, your anger, your greed, and your anxieties are exactly like that darkness. They exist only because you have kept the candle of your awareness hidden away. You have been looking outward your entire life, wandering around the outside of your own house, trying to find happiness and peace in the objects of the world. Unconsciousness is a wandering outside. Consciousness is a deepening of the inside. When you look outward, you see only the objects of the mind, the changing seasons of the periphery, the waves on the surface of the lake. But when you turn your attention inward, when you execute that radical inward turn, you immediately penetrate into the inner sky of your own subjectivity. At first, when you begin to look inside, you will see nothing but darkness and chaos, because you have used your unconscious mind as a dumping ground for all your repressed emotional rubbish for decades. You will find storms of anger, undercurrents of jealousy, deep wells of sadness, and unfulfilled sexual desires boiling beneath your surface. It is a terrifying landscape, and many seekers become frightened and run back to the outer world, back to their distractions, back to their empty social lives and mechanical routines. They think, meditation is making me miserable, meditation is making me angry. But I tell you, meditation does not create your anger. It does not create your misery. It simply acts as an unblinking mirror, reflecting exactly what has been hidden within you all along. If you have the courage to stand before that mirror without flinching, if you can simply sit by the side of your inner volcano and watch the smoke and the fire escape without trying to control it, a magnificent shift occurs. You begin to notice that the heat is given entirely by you. Your identification with the emotion is the only thing that keeps it alive, the only thing that makes it burn. The moment you perceive the anger as something separate from your true self, the moment you realize that you are the watcher and the anger is merely the watched, the hidden pipeline that supplies fuel to the fire is permanently severed. The hot process immediately begins to cool down. The fierce, destructive energy of rage begins to settle, transforming itself naturally, effortlessly into the beautiful, cool breeze of compassion. This transformation is the true alchemy of the soul. You do not destroy the energy, you do not reject it or throw it away, because energy is divine. Energy is the very life force that sustains the cosmos. You cannot afford to lose a single drop of it. If you reject your anger, if you cut it out of your life through sheer willpower, you will become a dull, flat, castrated human being. You will lose your passion, you will lose your vitality, you will lose your creative fire. You will become a saintly corpse, walking through the world like a ghost. I am not here to make you a saintly corpse. I am here to make you intensely, vibrantly, ecstatically alive. I want you to have the passion of a Zorba and the silence of a Buddha simultaneously. I want you to be a Zorba the Buddha. A Zorba the Buddha is a complete human being, integrated and whole. He does not deny the earth, he does not deny the body, he does not deny his natural passions, but he also does not get lost in them. He enjoys the earthy pleasures of life, he eats with joy, he drinks with celebration, he dances in the rain, he makes love with absolute totality, but throughout it all, he remains perfectly centered in his own inner silence. He is the master of his energy, not its slave. When anger arises, he knows how to convert that hot electricity into a force for creativity, into a deep compassion that can heal the wounds of humanity. When sex arises, he knows how to elevate that biological call into the divine melody of love and prayer. He does not split himself into a conscious saint and an unconscious sinner. He brings the light of his awareness into every single corner of his being, dissolving the division forever. This integration is what the society is terrified of, because an integrated man is completely unpredictable, completely free. He cannot be controlled by the state. He cannot be manipulated by the church, and he cannot be guilt-tripped by the moralists. The society prefers fragmented people, split personalities, because a man who is divided against himself is weak, insecure, and easily dominated. When you are full of guilt, when you believe your natural instincts are sinful, you are constantly seeking a savior, a priest, a politician to guide you, to tell you how to live, to give you a character. But I tell you, character is a poor substitute for consciousness. Character is like a plastic flower. It looks perfectly beautiful from a distance. It never fades. It never rots. But it has no fragrance. It has no life. It has no soul. It is dead. Consciousness is like a real rose. It is fragile. It changes with the seasons. It can be crushed by a careless hand, but it is intensely alive. It fills the air with its exquisite fragrance, and it dances gracefully in the wind. A man of character follows a dead set of rules written by others. A man of consciousness responds spontaneously to the reality of the present moment out of his own inner light. If you want to live a life of authentic freedom, you must drop your obsession with character and focus entirely on deepening your consciousness. You must stop trying to be a good person according to the definitions of society, and instead learn to be a true, natural being according to the laws of your own existence. This requires that you completely abandon the mechanism of control. When you control yourself, you are constantly fighting against your own biology, constantly wages war against your own tissues. This perpetual inner conflict creates an immense amount of physical stress, tension, and disease. Your muscles become rigid, your blood pressure rises, your heart is constantly overworked, and your immune system becomes utterly depleted. 80% of your illnesses are nothing but the physical scars of this hidden warfare. The way to absolute health, both physical and spiritual, is not through victory in this inner war, but through its total cessation. It is through laying down your weapons, stopping the fight, and accepting yourself exactly as you are in this very moment. If anger is there, accept it. If sadness is there, accept it. If fear is there, accept it. Do not fight it, do not judge it, and do not try to force it to become something else. Just look at it with deep tenderness, with an open heart and a clear mind. When you accept your inner state completely, a profound relaxation settles over your physical body. The tension leaves your muscles. Your breath becomes deep and rhythmic once again. Your heart opens up, and the natural healing energies of your organism are liberated. Your body knows exactly how to heal itself. Your mind knows exactly how to find its own balance. All that is required is that you stop interfering with your continuous control. You must allow the waves on the surface of your lake to rise and fall naturally while you slip quietly into the eternal calm of the depths. Remember the beautiful story of Bankei and the student with the ungovernable temper. The master did not give the student a technique to suppress his anger. He did not lecture him on the morality of patience or the sinfulness of rage. He simply asked him to show the temper, forcing the student to realize that the anger was not an intrinsic part of his true nature, but an outside force that entered his system only when he was fast asleep in unconsciousness. Bankei gave the student the stick of awareness, showing him that the only way to deal with the inner storm is to shine the light of presence upon it until the temper can no longer stand it and runs away. This inner stick of awareness is your birthright. You were born with it, but you have allowed it to become covered in the dust of social conditioning, religious dogmas, and psychological fears. My entire work here is not to give you something new, not to teach you a new philosophy or a new set of beliefs, but simply to help you wipe away the dust so that your own unique, individual reality can shine forth in all its glory. I am not a teacher. I am a mirror. I am simply reflecting your own hidden potential, your own inner Buddha, back to you. When you look into this mirror, do not get caught up in the details of your past. Do not spend years lying on the psychological couches of the world, talking about what happened to you in your childhood, who hurt you, or why you became the way you are. That is a waste of time, a tedious preoccupation with the shadows on the wall of your cave. Turn away from the shadows. Turn away from the objects of your mind and look directly at the subject. Find out to whom all this is happening. Who is the one who feels the anger? Who is the one who carries the anxiety? Who is the one who is seeking peace? The moment you pinpoint the subject, the moment you ground yourself firmly in the ultimate knower, the entire landscape of your life changes. The darkness of the valley disappears, and you find yourself standing on the sunlit peaks of absolute consciousness. Then, and only then, you realize that you have never been sick, you have never been broken, you have never been separate from the divine source of existence. You have always been the eternal center, the silent, cool sky through which the storms of life pass without leaving a trace. So let the storms come, let the lightning flash, let the clouds gather and disperse on the periphery of your life. Do not be afraid of them. Do not try to control them, and do not let them distort the beauty of your physical vehicle. Stand tall in your awareness, hold on to your inner stick of presence, and watch the entire show with a deep, joyful, compassionate smile. Live your life with the total passion of a Zorba and the absolute serenity of a Buddha, celebrating every single breath, celebrating every single moment, until your individual drop of consciousness dissolves completely into the boundless, eternal ocean of ultimate reality. Live this truth from moment to moment. Do not relegate it to a mere intellectual theory to be discussed in philosophical salons or written about in books. Intellectual understanding is cheap. It is completely superficial. It lives exclusively in the head, and it can never transform your life. You can read all the scriptures of the world. You can memorize all the words of the Buddhas. You can talk beautifully about compassion and awareness. But if you do not bring that awareness into your daily acts, if you do not apply the stick of presence when anger hits your nervous system, you remain just as ignorant, just as mechanical, just as diseased as before. You will be nothing but a well-read robot, a sophisticated scholar of illusions. True transformation is an experiential reality. It happens in the thick of life, not in the isolation of a cave or the sterile environment of an academy. It happens when someone insults you to your face, and instead of exploding into a reactive rage, you pause, you click the gear inside, you step back into your center, and you watch the anger arise in your body like a fascinating show. It happens when you are about to eat your food violently and you suddenly become aware of your teeth and your jaw. You relax your muscles, you breathe deeply, and you transform the meal into an act of pure, non-violent meditation. It happens when you are making love to your partner, and instead of using the occasion as a release for your unconscious aggression, you drop all your control, you open your heart completely, and you allow your individual boundaries to melt into a cool, spacious wave of divine intimacy. This is what it means to live a religious life. Religion has nothing to do with going to a church, a temple, or a mosque. It has nothing to do with repeating dead prayers or performing archaic rituals. True religion is the art of inner transformation, the science of moving your consciousness from the volatile periphery to the eternal center. It is the practice of living every single moment with absolute awareness, absolute intensity, and absolute celebration. When you live this way, your entire physical body undergoes a profound mutation. The chronic blocks of suppressed emotion that have been poisoning your organs are dissolved by the warmth of your awareness. The deep-seated tensions in your nervous system are untied, allowing the vital life force, the prana, to flow smoothly and dynamically through your entire organism. Your heart becomes light, your eyes regain their natural clarity and sparkle, your skin becomes sensitive and alive, and your entire body becomes a temple for the divine. You no longer carry the heavy armor of defense. You become vulnerable, soft, open, yet completely unshakable. This vulnerability is your greatest strength. An armored man is dead. He is rigid. He can be broken easily by the hammers of life. A vulnerable man is like water. He is soft. He yields. He flows around every obstacle, yet he is completely indestructible. Water can wear away the hardest rocks in the world through its gentle, continuous flow. Awareness is exactly like that water. It is soft, it is silent, it creates no conflict, yet it has the power to dissolve the hardest rocks of your ego, the most stubborn diseases of your body, and the deepest illusions of your mind. So do not fight, do not control, do not condemn, simply watch, simply be, and allow the great alchemy of existence to take place within your soul. Let the inner air conditioning of your awareness keep you cool, centered, and tranquil amidst the raging fires of the world. Become a light unto yourself, a watcher on the hills, a Buddha resting peacefully in the timeless stillness of your own eternal being. Walk through the marketplace of the world, but do not let the marketplace enter your heart. Interact with others on the periphery. Play your social roles with totality, with humor, with creativity, but never forget for a single second that you are grounded in the center. Let people say whatever they want to say about you. Let them praise you, let them criticize you, let them insult you. Listen to it all with a deep, serene smile, knowing that they are only talking to your shadow, only touching your periphery, while your true self remains infinitely distant, completely beyond their reach, safe in the sacred sanctuary of ultimate consciousness. This is the ultimate freedom, the ultimate liberation, the nirvana that all the ancient mystics have spoken of. It is not something to be attained after death in some far-off heaven. It is a reality to be lived right here, right now, in this very body, with this very breath. It is available to you in this exact moment if you are willing to drop your weapons Stop your self-control, turn your eyes inward, and awaken to the eternal light of your own true nature. To awaken to this true nature is to completely dissolve the illusion of time, because time and the ego are two sides of the very same coin. You cannot have one without the other. If you look closely at your anger, you will see that it can never exist in the absolute present moment. Anger always requires the past or the future to sustain its existence. It lives either as a memory of a past hurt, an insult that happened yesterday, a year ago, or in your childhood, or it lives as a future anxiety, a fear that your boundaries will be violated, that your desires will be frustrated, that your expectations will not be met. But in the immediate, split-second reality of the now, there is no space for anger to breathe. The present moment is too narrow for both your awareness and your anger to coexist. If you are fully present, the anger simply vanishes because it lacks the temporal distance required to spin its web of reactions. The mind is a time traveler. It cannot function in the immediate present. It must always slip backward into memory or forward into anticipation. And because you are identified with the mind, you too become a chronic time traveler, completely missing the only reality that actually exists, this very moment, this very breath, this very heartbeat. The society has structured your life in such a way that you are constantly driven away from the present. It trains you to look always toward the tomorrow, always toward the goal, always toward the future reward. This constant future orientation creates a profound state of inner tension, an ongoing friction between where you are and where you think you should be. This friction is the breeding ground for all anxiety, all irritability, and all explosive rage. You are never allowed to simply be. You are always forced to become. You are always running, always striving, always competing, and when your path is blocked, when your mechanical momentum is interrupted by the reality of existence, you experience a violent eruption of temper. You blame the person who blocked you, you blame the circumstance that delayed you, but the real cause is your own unnatural hurry, your own subjection to the illusion of time. You are living on the periphery where time rules with an iron fist, completely unaware of the timeless center within you that remains absolutely still. Let us remember the famous Sufi story of Mullah Nasruddin. One evening, people saw Nasruddin crawling on his hands and knees under a street lamp post, searching frantically for something. A small crowd gathered around him, and out of compassion, they also knelt down and started helping him look. After an hour of intense searching, nobody had found anything. Finally, one of the neighbors asked him, "Mullah, we have been looking everywhere and we cannot find a thing. Are you absolutely certain that you lost your key here?" Nasruddin looked up and said, "Oh no, I didn't lose it out here at all. I lost it inside my house, in the dark corners of my bedroom." The neighbors looked at him with absolute anger and bewilderment. They shouted, "Are you insane? If you lost your key inside your dark house, why on earth are you searching for it out here under the street lamp?" Nasruddin smiled and replied rationally, "Because out here under the lamp there is plenty of light. Inside my house it is completely dark, and it is too difficult to search where there is no light. This is the exact condition of the human mind. Your key, the key to your joy, the key to your peace, the key to your ultimate health and liberation has been lost inside the dark, inner chambers of your own subjectivity, within your own unconsciousness. But because it is dark inside, because it requires courage and awareness to face that darkness, you choose to search for the key outside, in the bright marketplace of the world. You search for it in money, in political power, in social prestige, in relationships, and in the validation of others. You think that if you can just find the perfect partner, if you can just accumulate enough wealth, if you can just achieve a high position in society, you will finally unlock the door to happiness. But the key is not there. You are looking under the lamppost of the outside world simply because it is easier to look there, because it is familiar, because everyone else is doing the same thing. I tell you, you can spend lives after lives crawling on the periphery, searching the outer world with all your might, and you will return empty-handed. You must have the courage to enter your own dark house. You must bring the candle of your awareness into those hidden corners where your suppressed anger, your hidden anxieties, and your denied passions have been locked away. When you bring the light of awareness into your inner darkness, the mechanism of projection begins to fall apart. Projection is one of the most sophisticated defense systems of the ego. When you carry a massive amount of repressed anger inside your unconscious, you cannot face it directly, because it destroys your self-image as a good, moral, peaceful person. So what does the mind do? It projects that anger onto the outside world. It colors your perception of others. You look at your neighbor and you see an enemy. You look at your boss and you see a tyrant. You look at the actions of others and you constantly interpret them as insults, provocations, or plots against you. You believe you are simply responding to an objective reality, but the truth is that you are projecting your own inner garbage onto the screen of existence. You are acting like a person who has dust on their spectacles and goes around trying to clean the whole world, completely unaware that the dirt is on their own lenses. The moment you become a witness to your own mind, you stop cleaning the world and you clean your own spectacles. You realize that the person who insulted you did not create your anger. They simply touched a wound that was already bleeding inside you. They acted merely as a catalyst. If you are completely empty of repressed anger, if your inner lake is perfectly clear, someone can come and throw the most vulgar insults at you, and those insults will pass through you without creating a single ripple. They will find nothing to hook onto, no raw wound to irritate, no stored poison to ignite. You will look at the person with deep compassion, seeing that their insults are nothing but an expression of their own inner suffering, their own mental vomit. You will not react. You will act out of pure consciousness. But if you are full of hidden rage, even a gentle breeze will feel like an assault. Society loves a reactive, projected mind because a person who is constantly reacting can be easily manipulated. The politicians need your anger. The priests need your fear. The commercial forces need your anxieties. If you are angry, you can be easily driven into a mob. You can be convinced to hate another nation, another race, another religion. You can be led to war, to harm people you have never even met. If you are fearful, you can be easily forced into a church or a temple to beg for protection from an imaginary hell, and you will willingly give your money to the priests. If you are anxious, you can be sold endless consumer goods, luxury cars, expensive clothes, and cosmetic surgeries. Because the marketers convince you that those outer things will fill the empty, aching void inside your soul. Your unconscious reactivity is the very fuel that keeps the wheels of the societal machinery turning. The moment you become a conscious witness, the moment you step back to your center and cease to react, you become completely useless to the vested interests of the power structures. You become an independent, sovereign individual. This sovereign individuality is what I call true health. Health is not merely the absence of physical disease. It is the absolute wholeness of your being. It is a state where your conscious mind and your unconscious mind are no longer divided by walls of repression, where your energy flows freely from the center to the periphery without meeting any artificial barriers. When you are integrated, your physical body functions in perfect harmony with your spiritual essence. The chronic tensions that have been locked in your shoulders, your neck, your jaw, and your internal organs begin to dissolve. The blood flows smoothly, the nerves relax, and the natural intelligence of your cells is restored. Your body is no longer a battlefield where you are constantly trying to conquer your natural instincts. It becomes a beautiful, resonant instrument through which the divine melody of existence can be played. But you must be aware of the ultimate trap on this path, the trap of spiritual ambition. The ego is incredibly subtle, and when it sees that it can no longer rule you through worldly greed or political power, it shifts its arena to the spiritual life. It creates a new mask, the mask of the perfect meditator, the holy seeker, the advanced disciple. It begins to use the very concepts of awareness, compassion, and transformation to create a new cage of control. You start telling yourself, I am a meditator, so I must never feel angry. I am a spiritual person, so I must always be calm and loving. And when anger inevitably arises, because it takes time for the old, stored impressions to be completely cleared, you feel a deep sense of failure, a profound guilt. You think, oh no, my meditation is failing. I am still an angry person. I am a sinner. And out of that guilt, you begin the dangerous work of suppression all over again, but this time you do it in the name of spirituality. This is a disastrous misunderstanding. I want you to remember with absolute clarity. True meditation is not a method to make you perfect. It is not a technique to turn you into an artificial saint who never experiences negative emotions. True meditation is simply the capacity to face whatever is present in your consciousness with absolute honesty and zero judgment. If anger is there, do not deny it, do not be ashamed of it, and do not try to hide it behind a spiritual concept. Look at it directly and say, in this moment, anger is present in my sky. Let the anger be there, and let your awareness be there alongside it. Do not fight the anger, but also do not cooperate with it. Do not allow it to carry you away into a reactive explosion, and do not force it down into the dark cells of your body. Just stand your ground as a witness and let the storm blow itself out. This choiceless presence is what completely dissolves the spiritual ego. The spiritual ego can only survive when there is conflict, when you are trying to achieve a goal, when you are trying to become something other than what you are. When you accept yourself exactly as you are in this very moment, with all your anger, all your flaws, all your passions, and all your beautiful qualities, the ego has no ground left to stand upon. It simply evaporates, leaving behind a vast, empty space. And that empty space is what we call the soul. It is a space of infinite potential, a space of absolute freedom, where you are completely aligned with the natural flow of the universe. You no longer live according to a dead script written by society or by your own pride. You live as a wild, spontaneous response to the immediate reality of existence. In this state of total acceptance, the artificial division between the sacred and the profane, between the spiritual and the material, completely disappears. You realize that everything in existence is made of the very same divine energy. The rock under your feet, the flower blooming in the garden, the raw electricity of anger, the delicate warmth of love, the urgent call of sex, all are different vibrations of the one ultimate reality. There is nothing to reject, nothing to condemn, and nothing to flee from. The moralists tell you to renounce the world, to escape from your body, to deny your passions if you want to find God. I tell you, that is the path of neurosis, the path of spiritual castration. God is not somewhere outside of this world. God is the very heartbeat of this world. The divine is not hidden away in some far-off heaven. It is fully manifest in the very tissues of your body, in the very blood that runs through your veins, and in the very breath that you take in this exact moment. To find the divine, you do not need to escape from your humanity. You need to become totally, completely, beautifully human. You need to develop the capacity to live your life with absolute intensity on every single level of your being. This is the synthesis of Zorba the Buddha. A Zorba lives exclusively on the periphery, indulging in the sensual pleasures of the world, eating, drinking, dancing, and loving, but because he lacks the center of awareness, his pleasure eventually turns into a state of weariness, a repetitive boredom, a deep psychological exhaustion. He remains a shallow creature driven by the winds of desire. A traditional Buddha lives exclusively in the center, frozen in absolute silence, detached from the world, denying the body, rejecting the earth. But because he has cut off the periphery, his silence can easily become dry, cold, and lifeless. He can become like a beautiful marble statue, magnificent to look at, but devoid of the vital juice of life. I want you to be a complete human being, a dynamic bridge between the earth and the sky. I want you to have the roots of your tree go deep into the dark, fertile mud of the earth, into your physical body, into your natural passions, into your biological reality, while the branches of your tree reach high into the infinite sky of absolute consciousness, flowering into the white blossoms of silence, meditation, and compassion. When you are a Zorba the Buddha, there is no conflict between your sexuality and your spirituality. Your sex becomes an act of meditation, a sacred doorway to the divine. There is no conflict between your material success and your inner peace. You can live in a beautiful palace, drive a luxury car, enjoy all the comforts of modern technology, and yet remain perfectly detached, perfectly silent, perfectly centered, within your own soul. You do not renounce anything. You simply bring the light of your awareness into everything you do. When you bring awareness into your everyday life, your relationship with your physical body undergoes a spectacular transformation. You stop treating your body as a machine to be driven, an object to be displayed, or an enemy to be conquered. You begin to listen to its deep, ancient wisdom. The body is far more intelligent than your mind. The mind is a newcomer, a superficial product of your social conditioning. It is full of errors, biases, and anxieties. But the body has evolved over millions of years. It carries the collective intelligence of the entire cosmos. It knows exactly how much food it needs. It knows exactly when it requires rest. It knows how to heal its wounds, and it knows how to balance its inner chemistry. If you can stop dominating your body with your mental ideas, if you can drop your strict diets, your forced exercises, and your rigid schedules, and instead learn to attune your consciousness to the subtle signals of your organism, you will automatically enter a state of vibrant, glowing health. You will see that when anger arises, the body is simply processing a sudden surge of vital energy. It is not an error. It is a beautiful, protective biological reflex. Through awareness, you learn to cooperate with that reflex without getting lost in it. You give the energy a safe, conscious outlet through physical catharsis, allowing your muscles and your nerves to discharge the electricity completely. And when the body has been cleansed of the toxin, you return immediately to your center, resting in a deep, cool state of rejuvenation. You do not carry the anger over into the next moment. You do not allow it to fester in your heart or turn into chronic bitterness. The storm comes. The storm cleanses the landscape, and the storm leaves behind an exquisite, sunlit clarity. This is the secret of living a fluid, continuous life, a life that is free from the accumulation of psychological garbage. The ordinary man is like a museum of old miseries. He carries every single insult, every single injury, every single disappointment he has ever experienced throughout his entire life in the heavy sack of his memory. He goes through his days constantly looking at the present through the thick fog of his past grievances. He is never truly available to the person standing before him. If he is talking to his wife, he is not seeing the woman who is there right now. He is seeing all the arguments, all the betrayals, and all the frustrations of the past 10 years. He is living in a cemetery, surrounded by the ghosts of dead moments. But a man of awareness lives completely in the immediate present. He dies to every moment, the very second it passes, leaving his memory perfectly clean, perfectly fresh, like a mirror that reflects the passing clouds but holds onto none of them. When the cloud is gone, the mirror is completely empty once again. If someone insults him, he deals with it in that exact moment with absolute totality, either through a wild laugh, a sharp word, or a conscious release of energy, and then he drops it forever. He does not take the insult home with him. He does not chew on it at night, and he does not plan revenge for the tomorrow. The next time he meets that person, he meets them with a completely fresh mind, with no prejudice, with no old baggage. He is always empty, always new, always open to the unpredictable dance of existence. This openness is the ultimate secret of youthfulness. Physical age is completely irrelevant. Your body will naturally grow old and fall into decay according to the laws of biology, but your consciousness can remain eternally young, eternally fresh, eternally innocent. A person who lives in the timeless present never accumulates the dust of psychological time. He looks at the world with the innocent, wondering eyes of a newborn child, seeing beauty in the most ordinary things, in a blade of grass, in a drop of dew, in the sound of a distant bird, in the smile of a stranger. To him, life never becomes a boring routine, a dull repetition. It remains an ongoing, unfolding miracle, an infinite series of surprises. He lives his life in a state of continuous celebration, dancing his way toward the ultimate mystery of death with a joyful, ecstatic heart. So let go of your self-control, my beloved friends. Drop your armor, tear down the walls of your emotional prisons, and dare to face the wild, magnificent reality of your own inner forces. Stop treating your anger as a monster to be hidden away, and instead look at it as a fierce, beautiful guardian that carries the hidden keys to your compassion. Step off the chaotic periphery of your reactions. Bring the candle of your awareness into the dark chambers of your unconscious mind and ground yourself permanently in the eternal, cool center of your true being. Live your life with the total passion of a Zorba and the absolute serenity of a Buddha, celebrating every single breath, celebrating every single tear, and celebrating every single joy, until your individual drop of consciousness dissolves completely into the boundless, immortal ocean of ultimate reality. This melting of boundaries is the exact point where you cease to be a separate, isolated ego and instead become an open channel for the infinite energy of the universe. When you are making love with absolute totality, you are no longer the lover, you become love itself. When you are dancing with complete abandon, you are no longer the dancer, you become the dance. This shift from being a separate, striving entity to an integrated expression of existence is the ultimate secret of relaxation. The ego is nothing but chronic, exhausting effort. It is a psychological knot created by your continuous desire to control, to manage, and to manipulate yourself and others. The moment you drop this effort, the knot unties itself, and you experience a profound, exquisite ease that spreads throughout your entire physical and psychological structure. But you have been conditioned to believe that if you do not control yourself, you will fall into total chaos. You are terrified of your own nature because you have been told since infancy that your nature is fundamentally wild, dangerous, and corrupted. I tell you, nature is never corrupted. Chaos is not born out of freedom. Chaos is born out of the long-term suppression of freedom. When you lock a wild animal in a small, cramped cage for years, it naturally becomes psychotic, violent, and unpredictable. If you suddenly open the cage door, it may go mad and attack out of sheer trauma. That violence is not the true nature of the animal. It is the artificial byproduct of the cage. This is precisely what you have done to your own inner forces. You have caged your anger, you have caged your sexuality, you have caged your intelligence, and you are terrified that if you open the door even an inch, the volcano will erupt and destroy your life. So you spend all your life energy reinforcing the bars of your prison. You become a master warden of your own soul. You think you are doing a magnificent job because you look so polite, so civilized, so moral on the surface. But look at the heavy price your physical body is paying for this performance. Look at the chronic tension in your shoulders, the stiffness in your spine, the acidity in your stomach, the shallow rhythm of your breath. Your body is screaming for relief, but your mind refuses to listen because it is too busy playing the role of the saint. This perpetual inner conflict is an absolute delusion. You believe you are the doer of your life, that you are the one who must manage your breathing, engineer your digestion, beat your heart, and manufacture your goodness. What an absurd idea. The entire universe is running itself smoothly without your interference. The planets are revolving in their orbits. The sun rises every morning. The seasons change. The trees grow. And your own physical body performs millions of highly complex chemical operations every single second. While you are fast asleep, yet you think that you must sit in the driver's seat and control your emotions through sheer willpower. You are like a foolish traveler who gets onto a train, sits down in the compartment, and continues to carry his heavy luggage on his own head because he thinks that if he puts it down, he will burden the train. This is exactly what you are doing with your control, your morality, and your self-imposed discipline. You are carrying the heavy load of your conditioning on your own head, completely unaware that existence is already carrying you, that the train of life is already moving smoothly under its own power. When you finally put down the heavy luggage of your control, you discover the profound Zen quality of tathata, absolute suchness, total acceptance of things exactly as they are. If anger arises, it is just a wave on the surface of your lake. If sadness comes, it is just a dark cloud passing through your sky. You do not fight the wave, and you do not try to paint the cloud white. You simply look at them with a deep, relaxed neutrality. You say to existence, "Is that so?" There is a beautiful Zen story about a great master named Hakuin who lived in a small village. He was revered by all the people as a man of pure, immaculate character, a living saint. One day, the teenage daughter of a local food merchant became pregnant out of wedlock. Her parents were furious, and they beat her, demanding to know the identity of the father. Out of fear and desperation, the girl lied and named Hakuin as the father of her child. The parents were utterly shocked and outraged. They ran to Hakuin's small hut, screaming insults, cursing him, and telling him that his hypocrisy had been exposed to the entire world. Hakuin listened to their explosive rage with absolute calm. His face didn't change color. His eyes remained soft and still. When they finally stopped screaming, he looked at them and simply said, "Is that so?" A few months later, the baby was born. The angry parents brought the newborn infant to Hakuin's hut, threw the child on his floor, and said, "This is your child. You take care of it. We will not look at this stain on our family's honor." Hakuin did not argue. He did not defend his innocence, and he did not go to the village elders to prove that he could not possibly be the father. He quietly picked up the crying baby, wrapped it in a warm cloth, and began to take care of it. He went to the market every day to beg for milk for the child. His reputation was completely destroyed. The entire village spat on him, mocked him, and called him a disgusting fraud. For a whole year, he lovingly raised the child in absolute poverty and isolation, without a single trace of resentment or bitterness in his heart. After a year of seeing the saintly old master beg for milk for her baby, the young girl was crushed by an intense weight of guilt. She could no longer bear her own lie. She fell to her knees before her parents and confessed the truth that the real father was a young man who worked in the fish market, and that she had falsely accused Hakuin out of panic. The parents were absolutely horrified by what they had done. They ran to Hakuin's hut, wept at his feet, begged for his forgiveness for hours, and asked to take the child back. Her queen handed the baby over to them with the same gentle, compassionate smile, looked at them, and simply said, "Is that so?" This is the stance of an authentic Buddha. Her queen was grounded so deeply in his eternal center that the opinions of the village could not touch him even for a fraction of a second. When they praised him as a saint, he said, "Is that so?" When they condemned him as a sinner, he said, "Is that so?" When they gave him the baby, he accepted it. When they took the baby away, he let it go. He was completely free from the illusion of the ego, completely free from the need to defend a self-image. But look at your own life. If someone says even a single negative word about you, if someone questions your intelligence, your beauty, or your morality, you instantly fly into a defensive rage. You become hot, your heart races, your muscles tighten, and you spend hours, sometimes days, arguing, explaining, and trying desperately to fix your reputation in the eyes of others. Why? Because your identity is entirely borrowed. You do not know who you are from your own center. You only know who you are through the reflections written on your periphery by society. You are constantly living at the mercy of the opinions of others. If they clap for you, you feel like a god. If they spit on you, you fall into a deep, dark depression. You are a psychological slave, a leaf blown about by the fickle winds of public opinion. And because you are so terrified of receiving a negative reflection from the world, you force yourself to control your natural instincts. You suppress your anger because you want to be seen as a good person. You suppress your sexuality because you want to be seen as a moral person. You turn your body into a graveyard for your true feelings just to maintain a plastic, artificial mask of social acceptability. I tell you, this is the ultimate stupidity. You are sacrificing your vibrant physical health, your psychological sanity, and your spiritual liberation for nothing but a ghost, an illusion called reputation. When you say, "Is that so?" to existence, your physical body remains completely soft, fluid, and relaxed. When someone insults you and you do not react, there is no sudden rush of cortisol and adrenaline through your bloodstream. Your heart rate remains perfectly calm. Your stomach muscles do not contract into a tight knot, and your nervous system is not subjected to a violent shock. You do not accumulate any toxic chemical residue in your tissues. The insult simply passes through your spacious awareness like a bird passing through the sky, leaving your physical instrument completely untouched, unpoisoned, and healthy. This is why the control of anger is secretly destroying your body. When you control your temper, You are not dissolving the energy. You are simply trapping it inside your biological system. The energy of anger is an intense, concentrated fire. It creates a massive amount of physical pressure within your bloodstream and your organs. If you block its outward expression, that hot fire is driven directly into your delicate internal tissues. It burns your stomach lining, creating chronic ulcers. It hardens your arteries, leading to high blood pressure. It calcifies your joints, causing arthritis, and it puts such a tremendous, unnatural strain on your heart muscle that the organ eventually collapses under the pressure. Modern medicine is continually searching for outer physical cures for these conditions. They prescribe pills, they perform surgeries, they design complex diets. But all these interventions are bound to fail in the long run because they are only treating the symptoms on the periphery, completely blind to the root cause in the center. They are trying to fix a volcano by painting its outer slopes while the fire is still boiling within. The only true cure is the absolute cessation of your inner warfare. The only true healing is the total transformation of your energy through the power of choiceless awareness. In transformation, you do not fight yourself, and you do not condone violence against others. You simply learn to see your emotions as pure, neutral energy. Anger is neither good nor bad. It is simply a high voltage current running through your nervous system. If you can watch that current with absolute alertness, without identifying with it, without calling it a sin, and without trying to force it to stop, a spectacular mutation occurs. The heat of the electricity is naturally converted into the cool, refreshing flow of compassion. You do not have to practice compassion. You do not have to force yourself to be kind. And you do not have to copy the behavior of a saint. True compassion is the natural, spontaneous byproduct of an unidentifying awareness. It is the exquisite fragrance of an open, transformed heart. When you live from this cool, centered space of compassion, your entire physical vehicle experiences an immense rejuvenation. Your muscles lose their chronic stiffness. Your breathing becomes naturally deep and effortless. Your digestion functions in perfect harmony, and your body enters a state of vibrant, radiant longevity. You are no longer wasting your vital life force on the exhausting work of self-suppression. You are saving all that energy, allowing it to circulate smoothly and dynamically through every cell of your organism, filling you with an unshakable sense of joy and well-being. But to arrive at this integration, you must completely abandon the language of the moralists. You must stop thinking in terms of sin and virtue, good and bad, right and wrong. These are the categories of the divided mind, the tools used by society to keep you fragmented, weak, and easily manipulated. You must learn the language of consciousness, the language of the witness. When a storm arises in your inner sky, do not call it an evil thing. Call it a beautiful, mysterious manifestation of energy. Look at it with the same wondering eyes that look at a thunderstorm in nature. Enjoy the intensity of it. Feel the tremor of it in your bones. Watch the lightning flash through your mind, and let your presence remain perfectly steady, perfectly still, perfectly unmoving. The more you practice this quiet art of witnessing, the more you realize that you are completely separate from the movements of your mind. You are the infinite blue sky, the anger, the anxiety, the sadness, and the joy are merely the weather patterns that appear and disappear within your spaciousness. The weather cannot change the nature of the sky. A violent storm cannot leave a single scratch on the infinite blue of the cosmos. When you are grounded in this realization, the identity with the periphery is broken forever. The hot process of reaction is permanently cooled into the beautiful flow of spontaneous action. You become a light unto yourself, a sovereign individual who moves through the world with absolute freedom and grace. You are no longer a mechanical puppet dancing to the tunes of society. You are the master of your own energy, a creator of your own reality. You can play your social roles with totality, with humor, and with creativity. But throughout it all, you remain anchored in the timeless stillness of your own soul. You live your life with the total earthy passion of a Zorba and the absolute serene silence of a Buddha, celebrating every single breath, celebrating every single tear, and celebrating every single joy, until your individual drop of consciousness dissolves completely into the boundless, eternal ocean of ultimate reality. Walk through the marketplace of the world, but do not allow the marketplace to enter your heart. Interact with others on the periphery. Give your energy generously to your relationships and your work, but never forget for a single fraction of a second that your true home is in the center. Let people think whatever they want to think about you. Let them praise you as a saint or condemn you as a sinner. Listen to their words with the same gentle, unshakable smile as Hakuin. Look at them with deep compassion and simply say to existence, "Is that so?" This is the ultimate freedom, the ultimate liberation, the nirvana that all the ancient masters have pointed toward. It is not a far-off reward to be achieved after death in some imaginary heaven. It is a radiant reality to be fully experienced and lived right here, right now, in this very physical body, with this very immediate breath, It is available to you in this exact moment. If you are willing to lay down your weapons of control, stop your self-torture, turn your eyes inward, and awaken to the eternal light of your own true nature. Live this truth from moment to moment, my beloved friends. Do not relegate it to a mere intellectual theory to be discussed in philosophical salons or written about in heavy books. An intellectual understanding is cheap. It is completely superficial. It lives exclusively in the head, and it can never transform your life. You can read all the scriptures of the world. You can memorize all the words of the Buddhas. You can talk beautifully about compassion and awareness, but if you do not bring that awareness into your daily acts, if you do not apply the stick of presence, when anger hits your nervous system, you remain just as ignorant, just as mechanical, just as diseased as before. You will be nothing but a well-read robot, a sophisticated scholar of illusions. True transformation is an experiential reality. It happens in the thick of life, not in the isolation of a cave or the sterile environment of an academy. It happens when someone insults you to your face, and instead of exploding into a reactive rage, you pause, you click the gear inside, you step back into your center, and you watch the anger arise in your body like a fascinating show. It happens when you are about to eat your food violently and you suddenly become aware of your teeth and your jaw. You relax your muscles, you breathe deeply, and you transform the meal into an act of pure, non-violent meditation. It happens when you are making love to your partner, and instead of using the occasion as a release for your unconscious aggression, you drop all your control, you open your heart completely, and you allow your individual boundaries to melt into a cool, spacious wave of divine intimacy. This is what it means to live a truly religious life. Religion has nothing to do with going to a church, a temple, or a mosque. It has nothing to do with repeating dead prayers or performing archaic rituals. True religion is the art of inner transformation, the science of moving your consciousness from the volatile periphery to the eternal center. It is the practice of living every single moment with absolute awareness, absolute intensity, and absolute celebration. When you live this way, your entire physical body undergoes a profound mutation. The chronic blocks of suppressed emotion that have been poisoning your organs are dissolved by the warmth of your awareness. The deep-seated tensions in your nervous system are untied, allowing the vital life force, the prana, to flow smoothly and dynamically through your entire organism. Your heart becomes light, your eyes regain their natural clarity and sparkle, your skin becomes sensitive and alive, and your entire body becomes a temple for the divine. You no longer carry the heavy armor of defense. You become vulnerable, soft, open, yet completely unshakable. This vulnerability is your greatest strength. An armored man is dead. He is rigid. He can be broken easily by the hammers of life. A vulnerable man is like water. He is soft. He yields. He flows around every obstacle. Yet he is completely indestructible. Water can wear away the hardest rocks in the world through its gentle, continuous flow. Awareness is exactly like that water. It is soft, it is silent, it creates no conflict, yet it has the power to dissolve the hardest rocks of your ego, the most stubborn diseases of your body, and the deepest illusions of your mind. So, do not fight, do not control, do not condemn, simply watch, simply be, and allow the great alchemy of existence to take place within your soul. Let the inner air conditioning of your awareness keep you cool, centered, and tranquil amidst the raging fires of the world. Become a light unto yourself, a watcher on the hills, a Buddha resting peacefully in the timeless stillness of your own eternal being. Walk through the marketplace of the world, but do not let the marketplace enter your heart. Interact with others on the periphery. Play your social roles with totality, with humor, with creativity, but never forget for a single second that you are grounded in the center. Let people say whatever they want to say about you. Let them praise you. Let them criticize you. Let them insult you. Listen to it all with a deep, serene smile, knowing that they are only talking to your shadow, only touching your periphery, while your true self remains infinitely distant, completely beyond their reach. Safe in the sacred sanctuary of ultimate consciousness. This is the ultimate freedom, the ultimate liberation, the nirvana that all the ancient mystics have spoken of. It is not something to be attained after death in some far-off heaven. It is a reality to be lived right here, right now, in this very body, with this very breath. It is available to you in this exact moment if you are willing to drop your weapons, stop your self-control, turn your eyes inward, and awaken to the eternal light of your own true nature. To awaken to this true nature is to completely dissolve the illusion of time, because time and the ego are two sides of the very same coin. You cannot have one without the other. If you look closely at your anger, you will see that it can never exist in the absolute present moment. Anger always requires the past or the future to sustain its existence. It lives either as a memory of a past hurt, an insult that happened yesterday, a year ago, or in your childhood, or it lives as a future anxiety, a fear that your boundaries will be violated, that your desires will be frustrated, that your expectations will not be met. But in the immediate, split-second reality of the now, there is no space for anger to breathe. The present moment is too narrow for both your awareness and your anger to coexist. If you are fully present, the anger simply vanishes because it lacks the temporal distance required to spin its web of reactions. The mind is a time traveler. It cannot function in the immediate present. It must always slip backward into memory or forward into anticipation. And because you are identified with the mind, you too become a chronic time traveler, completely missing the only reality that actually exists, this very moment, this very breath, this very heartbeat. The society has structured your life in such a way that you are constantly driven away from the present. It trains you to look always toward the tomorrow, always toward the goal, always toward the future reward. This constant future orientation creates a profound state of inner tension, an ongoing friction between where you are and where you think you should be. This friction is the breeding ground for all anxiety, all irritability, and all explosive rage. You are never allowed to simply be. You are always forced to become. You are always running, always striving, always competing. And when your path is blocked, when your mechanical momentum is interrupted by the reality of existence, you experience a violent eruption of temper. You blame the person who blocked you. You blame the circumstance that delayed you. But the real cause is your own unnatural hurry, your own subjection to the illusion of time. You are living on the periphery, where time rules with an iron fist, completely unaware of the timeless center within you that remains absolutely still. When you learn to step back from this frantic rush, you begin to observe the fascinating interplay of your inner forces. You realize that what you call your ego is nothing but a bundle of old memories, social conditionings, and borrowed ideas that lives exclusively on the periphery of your being. The ego has no reality of its own. It is a ghost that disappears the moment you shine the light of consciousness upon it. It is like a dark room that has been locked up for centuries. The darkness inside may seem incredibly thick, solid, and terrifying. You might think it will take years of hard labor to shovel the darkness out of the room. But if you simply bring a small, single candle into that room, what happens to the darkness? Does it leave slowly, step by step? Does it fight against the light? No, it simply ceases to be, because darkness has no positive existence of its own. It is nothing but the absolute absence of light. Your ignorance, your anger, your greed, and your anxieties are exactly like that darkness. They exist only because you have kept the candle of your awareness hidden away. You have been looking outward your entire life, wandering around the outside of your own house, trying to find happiness and peace in the objects of the world. Unconsciousness is a wandering outside. Consciousness is a deepening of the inside. When you look outward, you see only the objects of the mind, the changing seasons of the periphery, the waves on the surface of the lake. But when you turn your attention inward, when you execute that radical inward turn, you immediately penetrate into the inner sky of your own subjectivity. At first, when you begin to look inside, you will see nothing but darkness and chaos, because you have used your unconscious mind as a dumping ground for all your repressed emotional rubbish for decades. You will find storms of anger, undercurrents of jealousy, deep wells of sadness, and unfulfilled sexual desires boiling beneath your surface. It is a terrifying landscape, and many seekers become frightened and run back to the outer world, back to their distractions, back to their empty social lives and mechanical routines. They think, meditation is making me miserable. Meditation is making me angry. But I tell you, meditation does not create your anger. It does not create your misery. It simply acts as an unblinking mirror, reflecting exactly what has been hidden within you all along. If you have the courage to stand before that mirror without flinching, if you can simply sit by the side of your inner volcano and watch the smoke and the fire escape without trying to control it, a magnificent shift occurs. You begin to notice that the heat is given entirely by you. Your identification with the emotion is the only thing that keeps it alive, the only thing that makes it burn. The moment you perceive the anger as something separate from your true self, the moment you realize that you are the watcher and the anger is merely the watched, the hidden pipeline that supplies fuel to the fire is permanently severed. The hot process immediately begins to cool down. The fierce, destructive energy of rage begins to settle, transforming itself naturally, effortlessly, into the beautiful, cool breeze of compassion. This transformation is the true alchemy of the soul. You do not destroy the energy. You do not reject it or throw it away. Because energy is divine. Energy is the very life force that sustains the cosmos. You cannot afford to lose a single drop of it. If you reject your anger, if you cut it out of your life through sheer willpower, you will become a dull, flat, castrated human being. You will lose your passion. You will lose your vitality. You will lose your creative fire. You will become a saintly corpse, walking through the world like a ghost. I am not here to make you a saintly corpse. I am here to make you intensely, vibrantly, ecstatically alive. I want you to have the passion of a Zorba and the silence of a Buddha simultaneously. I want you to be a Zorba the Buddha. A Zorba the Buddha is a complete human being, integrated and whole. He does not deny the earth. He does not deny the body. He does not deny his natural passions. But he also does not get lost in them. He enjoys the earthy pleasures of life. He eats with joy. He drinks with celebration. He dances in the rain. He makes love with absolute totality. But throughout it all, he remains perfectly centered in his own inner silence. He is the master of his energy, not its slave. When anger arises, he knows how to convert that hot electricity into a force for creativity, into a deep compassion that can heal the wounds of humanity. When sex arises, he knows how to elevate that biological call into the divine melody of love and prayer. He does not split himself into a conscious saint and an unconscious sinner. He brings the light of his awareness into every single corner of his being, dissolving the division forever. This integration is what the society is terrified of, because an integrated man is completely unpredictable, completely free. He cannot be controlled by the state. He cannot be manipulated by the church, and he cannot be guilt-tripped by the moralists. The society prefers fragmented people, split personalities, because a man who is divided against himself is weak, insecure, and easily dominated. When you are full of guilt, when you believe your natural instincts are sinful, you are constantly seeking a savior, a priest, a politician to guide you, to tell you how to live, to give you a character. But I tell you, character is a poor substitute for consciousness. Character is like a plastic flower. It looks perfectly beautiful from a distance. It never fades. It never rots. But it has no fragrance. It has no life. It has no soul. It is dead. Consciousness is like a real rose. It is fragile. It changes with the seasons. It can be crushed by a careless hand, but it is intensely alive. It fills the air with its exquisite fragrance, and it dances gracefully in the wind. A man of character follows a dead set of rules written by others. A man of consciousness responds spontaneously to the reality of the present moment out of his own inner light. If you want to live a life of authentic freedom, you must drop your obsession with character and focus entirely on deepening your consciousness. You must stop trying to be a good person according to the definitions of society, and instead learn to be a true, natural being according to the laws of your own existence. This requires that you completely abandon the mechanism of control. When you control yourself, you are constantly fighting against your own biology, constantly waging war against your own tissues. This perpetual inner conflict creates an immense amount of physical stress, tension, and disease. Your muscles become rigid, your blood pressure rises, your heart is constantly overworked, and your immune system becomes utterly depleted. 80% of your illnesses are nothing but the physical scars of this hidden warfare. The way to absolute health, both physical and spiritual, is not through victory in this inner war, but through its total cessation. It is through laying down your weapons, stopping the fight, and accepting yourself exactly as you are in this very moment. If anger is there, accept it. If sadness is there, accept it. If fear is there, accept it. Do not fight it. Do not judge it, and do not try to force it to become something else. Just look at it with deep tenderness, with an open heart and a clear mind. When you accept your inner state completely, a profound relaxation settles over your physical body. The tension leaves your muscles. Your breath becomes deep and rhythmic once again. Your heart opens up, and the natural healing energies of your organism are liberated. Your body knows exactly how to heal itself. Your mind knows exactly how to find its own balance. All that is required is that you stop interfering with your continuous control. You must allow the waves on the surface of your lake to rise and fall naturally while you slip quietly into the eternal calm of the depths. Remember the beautiful story of Banke and the student with the ungovernable temper. The master did not give the student a technique to suppress his anger. He did not lecture him on the morality of patience or the sinfulness of rage. He simply asked him to show the temper, forcing the student to realize that the anger was not an intrinsic part of his true nature, but an outside force that entered his system only when he was fast asleep in unconsciousness. Banke gave the student the stick of awareness, showing him that the only way to deal with the inner storm is to shine the light of presence upon it, until the temper can no longer stand it and runs away. This inner stick of awareness is your birthright. You were born with it, but you have allowed it to become covered in the dust of social conditioning, religious dogmas, and psychological fears. My entire work here is not to give you something new, not to teach you a new philosophy or a new set of beliefs, but simply to help you wipe away the dust so that your own unique, individual reality can shine forth in all its glory. I am not a teacher, I am a mirror. I am simply reflecting your own hidden potential, your own inner Buddha back to you. When you look into this mirror, do not get caught up in the details of your past. Do not spend years lying on the psychological couches of the world, talking about what happened to you in your childhood, who hurt you, or why you became the way you are. That is a waste of time, a tedious preoccupation with the shadows on the wall of your cave. Turn away from the shadows. Turn away from the objects of your mind and look directly at the subject. Find out to whom all this is happening. Who is the one who feels the anger? Who is the one who carries the anxiety? Who is the one who is seeking peace? The moment you pinpoint the subject, the moment you ground yourself firmly in the ultimate knower, the entire landscape of your life changes. The darkness of the valley disappears, and you find yourself standing on the sunlit peaks of absolute consciousness. Then, and only then, you realize that you have never been sick, you have never been broken, you have never been separate from the divine source of existence. You have always been the eternal center, the silent, cool sky through which the storms of life pass without leaving a trace. So let the storms come. Let the lightning flash. Let the clouds gather and disperse on the periphery of your life. Do not be afraid of them. Do not try to control them. And do not let them distort the beauty of your physical vehicle. Stand tall in your awareness. Hold on to your inner stick of presence and watch the entire show with a deep, joyful, compassionate smile. Live your life with the total passion of a Zorba and the absolute serenity of a Buddha, celebrating every single breath, celebrating every single tear, and celebrating every single joy, until your individual drop of consciousness dissolves completely into the boundless, eternal ocean of ultimate reality. Walk through the marketplace of the world, but do not let the marketplace enter your heart. Interact with others on the periphery. Play your social roles with totality, with humor, with creativity, but never forget for a single second that you are grounded in the center. Let people say whatever they want to say about you. Let them praise you, let them criticize you, let them insult you. Listen to it all with a deep, serene smile, knowing that they are only talking to your shadow, only touching your periphery, while your true self remains infinitely distant, completely beyond their reach, safe in the sacred sanctuary of ultimate consciousness. This is the ultimate freedom, the ultimate liberation, the nirvana that all the ancient mystics have spoken of. It is not something to be attained after death in some far-off heaven. It is a reality to be lived right here, right now, in this very body, with this very breath. It is available to you in this exact moment. If you are willing to drop your weapons, stop your self-control, turn your eyes inward, and awaken to the eternal light of your own true nature. And when these individual boundaries melt completely into that cool, spacious wave of divine intimacy. You realize that this intimacy does not have to remain confined to a single human being. This intimacy is your true, unadulterated relationship with the entire cosmos. When you are no longer guarding your borders, when you are no longer defending the fortress of your ego, you can make love to the whole of existence. You can sit beneath a tree and feel an absolute, ecstatic intimacy with the roots, with the bark, with the leaves dancing above you. You can look up at the night sky and allow your consciousness to expand into the silent spaces between the stars, melting into the cosmic rhythm until the separate watcher disappears entirely and only the vastness remains. This is the ultimate peak of human potential, a state where you are no longer an isolated drop trying to protect your identity from the storm, but you have willingly, joyfully dissolved into the infinite ocean itself. But to allow this melting, you must fully understand the sheer destructiveness of the armor you have been carrying for so long. Society has trained you to be constantly on guard, to keep your muscles tight, your heart closed, and your breath shallow, because a person who is soft and open is considered vulnerable and weak in the marketplace. You have built a complex, rigid system of muscular and psychological armor to protect yourself from insults, from rejections, and from the unpredictability of life. But I want you to look at what this armor is doing to your physical vehicle. It is choking your vitality. It is trapping the hot electricity of your natural passions inside your organs, and it is creating a state of chronic, unspoken torment within your body. Your shoulders are heavy with the burdens of past control. Your jaw is locked with suppressed anger, and your heart is literally suffocating under the weight of your social morality. When you sit in the silence of choiceless awareness, this armor begins to crack. The light of your consciousness acts like a gentle, warming sun that melts the ice of your self-suppression. As the rigidity dissolves, you may feel strange sensations in your body. You may begin to tremble. You may feel sudden flashes of heat, or tears may flow from your eyes without any psychological reason. Do not be afraid of these movements. Do not try to control them or manage them through your logical mind. This is your physical body finally liberating itself from the decades of toxic baggage you have forced it to swallow. It is the biological structure purging the suppressed adrenaline, the trapped cortisol, and the frozen rage that has been secretly destroying your health. Let the body shake. Let the tears flow. Let the inner storm complete its work of cleansing, and you will find that a deep, exquisite relaxation spreads through every tissue, every muscle, and every cell of your organism. True health is nothing but this state of unarmored, open flow. It is a state where you are completely at ease with your biological reality, where you no longer view your natural instincts as enemies to be conquered, but as sacred expressions of the ultimate life force. When you are integrated, the artificial boundary between your physical body and your spiritual essence completely evaporates. You realize that the body is simply the visible part of your soul, and the soul is the invisible part of your body. They are not separate entities waged in a perpetual war. They are a singular, harmonious continuum. When you bring the light of awareness into your body, you no longer need the artificial discipline of the moralists. Your intelligence becomes your only guide, responding spontaneously and beautifully to the needs of the present moment. This spontaneous responsiveness turns your entire life into an act of pure play, what the mystics in the East call Leela. Society detests playfulness because a playful person can never be turned into a serious, obedient cog in the industrial machine. Society demands seriousness. It wants you to look heavy, burdened, and concerned, because serious people are easily controlled through fear, guilt, and ambition. Seriousness is a deep psychological sickness, a contraction of the heart that completely cuts you off from the festive joy of existence. Look at nature. The trees are not serious. The birds are not serious. The rivers are not serious. The entire cosmos is a grand, cosmic celebration, a magnificent dance of energy that has no ultimate purpose other than the joy of the dance itself. When you ground yourself in the timeless center of your true being, you drop your seriousness and you enter the dimension of play. You see that the roles you play in the world, whether you are a businessman, a politician, a clerk, a spouse, or a parent, are merely costumes you wear for a brief moment on the stage of life. You perform your duties with absolute totality, with great love and creativity, but you never get identified with the costume. You never forget that beneath the mask, you are the eternal, untouched spectator. If you win, you laugh. If you lose, you laugh, because you understand that the whole game is a beautiful, passing illusion. You do not carry the dust of the marketplace into your sanctuary. You remain clean, fresh, and empty, always ready to respond to the next twist of the cosmic choreography. This playfulness is the true sign of an awakened consciousness. A serious saint is not a saint at all. He is merely a repressed ego who has turned his self-denial into a matter of high spiritual pride. He sits on his mountain top or in his monastery, looking down upon humanity with condemnation, completely blind to the reality that his holiness is nothing but a plastic flower dead and devoid of fragrance. But a true master is full of laughter, full of humor, full of an innocent, childlike delight in the ordinary things of life. He doesn't want to change the world. He doesn't want to enforce a utopia, and he doesn't want to fix your character. He simply invites you to see the magnificent joke of your own spiritual seeking. The joke is that you are searching all over the universe for that which you have never lost, crawling on the periphery looking for the key that is sitting safely in your own center. And when this joke is fully understood, the final barrier falls away. You realize that there is no one to transform, no one to fix, and absolutely nothing to achieve. The seeker disappears, and only the seeking remains as a pure joy-filled expression of existence. You see that your anger, your anxiety, your sadness, and your bliss are all part of the same beautiful tapestry, different notes in the grand symphonic orchestration of your soul. You no longer partition your sky into good weather and bad weather. You welcome the storms with the same deep gratitude as you welcome the sunshine, knowing that both are essential for the flowering of your consciousness. This absolute acceptance prepares you for the ultimate relaxation, which is the mystery of death. The contemporary mind is deeply terrified of death because you have lived your life entirely on the superficial periphery, completely identified with your physical body, your social status, and your material possessions. Because you believe that you are the periphery, death appears as the ultimate destruction, a terrifying monster that will rob you of everything you hold dear. But if you have learned the art of dying from moment to moment, if you have practiced the quiet discipline of the inner stick of awareness, death ceases to be an enemy and instead becomes your most intimate friend. Death is nothing but the supreme relaxation, the final, beautiful moment where the individual drop of your consciousness is gently poured back into the cosmic ocean of ultimate reality. An unarmored, aware person does not fight death. He does not cling to his fading breath or look back with regret at his passing life. He welcomes death with a deep, joyful, ecstatic smile, seeing it as the final, absolute completion of his dance on earth. He dies with the same totality, the same passion, and the same serenity with which he lived, dissolving gracefully into the timeless stillness of his true being. Let this understanding settle deeply into your soul, my beloved friends. Do not treat these insights as a mere intellectual philosophy to be analyzed and debated by the logical mind. The mind can never comprehend the reality of transformation, because the mind lives exclusively on the periphery, fed by the illusion of time and separation. True understanding is an experiential, biological mutation that happens when you dare to put down your weapons of control, stop your self-torture, and step into the unblinking light of your own presence. Bring this awareness into your everyday life, into the way you breathe, the way you move, the way you eat, and the way you love. Let every single gesture become an act of pure meditation, a sacred offering to the divine presence that dwells within your own physical temple. As we come to the close of this deep, shared discourse, I want to thank you for sitting with me in this space of silent resonance. If these revolutionary truths have struck a deep chord within your heart, if they have illuminated the hidden corners of your inner world, I invite you to share your unique reflections and experiences in the comment section below. Let us know how the shift from control to transformation is touching your life. Give this video a like and ensure you are subscribed to this channel so we can continue to look into these timeless mysteries together, walking this path of awakening as a conscious family. To active seekers who feel called to help support the continuation of these uncompromised teachings, to ensure that this flame of awareness remains available to thousands of thirsty souls across the globe, you are always welcome to use the Super Thanks feature on this video or click the join button to become an official member of our spiritual sanctuary. Your beautiful energy and support allow us to keep creating these spaces of deep meditation and clarity for future generations. And as a final, practical guide to help you ground these insights, dismantle your energetic blockages and live your life with the total passion of a Zorba and the absolute serenity of a Buddha. You can access our comprehensive ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, available right now through the link in the description below. Ground yourself in the eternal center, drop your armor, and let your unique light fill the universe.